How can I assist you today? The boy takes Zombie for a walk every day and keeps him at home. Only because he needs to rely on Zombie's keen sense of smell, so that he can find his girlfriend, who has been missing for 18 years. Just 2 seconds ago, a new virus broke out globally. 99% of the human population has been infected. People have turned into monsters who only know how to kill. The very few people who have survived, they can only hide in the corners of the city to survive. High school student Ling Silent is evading the pursuit of zombies. Unexpectedly, she discovers that she can establish a connection with the zombies and manipulate their behavior, turning them into her own corpse puppets. At the beginning, Ling Silent's control over the corpse puppet was not stable. He almost lost his life due to the failure of controlling it. But with repeated practice, he finally mastered the trick. Not only could he maintain control over the corpse puppet all the time, he could also conduct remote control in a small area. Although the entire city is filled with walking dead. But Ling Silent felt it was time. He needed to find his potential girlfriend as soon as possible. He made up his mind and decided to set out with corpse puppet early tomorrow morning. Ling Silent has gotten up. I just got on the car. I will cook spare ribs for you at noon. Just hearing a girl's voice, Ling Silent's face blushed and his heart raced. He held the phone in his hand, stunned for several seconds. Ye beloved, can you be mine? He didn't let him finish. On the phone came, I'm willing. But the next second is Ye beloved's scream, and the phrase, Brother Ling, run quickly. No matter how Ling Silent screams, there is no sound on the phone. Since the day Ye beloved disappeared, Ling Silent has been having this nightmare every day. Fortunately, he has the special ability to control zombies. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to search for Ye beloved. Ling Silent had just walked out of the room. The captive corpse puppet pounced on him, but it was held back by the iron chain around its neck. When Ling Silent relaxes his mind, the corpse puppet will break free of his control. He refocused his mind and established a connection with the corpse puppet. Then he took him straight to the street. Ling Silent was stunned. How can he pass through the airtight walking dead? At this moment, cries for help came from not far away. A group of zombies immediately ran towards the direction of the sound. Ling Silent and corpse puppet took the opportunity to hide behind the car. Wait until the walking dead run far away. He then took corpse puppet and ran to the opposite side of the street. Calling for help loudly is undoubtedly seeking a dead end. In less than a second, the two people were devoured by the walking dead. However, Ling Silent, who witnessed this scene, did not feel any compassion in his heart. Instead, he felt extremely excited. Even a red light appeared in his eyes. Is it because he maintains a mental connection with the zombie, so his temperament is influenced by the zombie? Even so, Ling Silent has no other choice. He must rely on the corpse puppet to find Ye beloved. Later, he manipulates the corpse puppet to check the situation near Ye beloved's house. Such car accidents are seen everywhere after the disaster occurs. Ling Silent doesn't mind letting the corpse puppet continue moving forward. However, just as he took a step forward, he made it step back. He remembers the license plate number. This is the bus that Ye beloved always takes when coming to their own home. Ling Silent immediately had corpse puppet go to the car to check the situation. The car was filled with corpses. In front of the car stood a red-haired girl with legs 2 meters long. She was holding a man's head in her right hand. Ling Silent shouted the name Ye beloved, referring to the girl who can turn her head back. The girl's eyes were glowing red with a murderous intent. Ling Silent was still shocked. However, Ye beloved had already extended her claws and pounced towards corpse puppet. With just one strike, corpse puppet was directly sent flying 8 meters. Ye beloved continued to approach with her blood-red eyes staring. If Ye beloved kills corpse puppet and then escapes, I may never find her again. So Ling Silent tries to establish a mental connection with Ye beloved. But as soon as he touches Ye beloved's mind, he is met with her strong resistance. Ye beloved is resisting. This indicates that she has undergone a mutation. She has developed self-awareness, which means there is a possibility of restoring her sanity. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up on Ye Beloved. Seizing the opportunity, while Ye Beloved is fiercely attacking Corpse Puppet, Ling Silent increased the intensity of establishing the mental connection. After 80 seconds, the two finally became a grasshopper on the same line. But Ye Beloved at this moment had a ravenous expression on his face. Ling Silent noticed that she was craving the gel from the zombie. Every zombie's occiput produces gel. Zombies of different levels have gels of different colors. Ye Beloved picked up the gel and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, a comfortable sensation spread over the two of them. Suddenly, their faces turned red, and even Ling Silent felt something unusual happening to their bodies. He held Ye Beloved tightly because of their spiritual connection. The zombie gel that Ye Beloved ingested improved the physical qualities of both of them. Although Ye Beloved only retained a hint of consciousness, Ling Silent firmly believed that there must be a way to help her recover. His expression relaxed immediately. However, just at that moment, Ye Beloved felt a loosening of the spiritual connection. In an instant, a surge of killing intent emerged. She exerted great force and slammed Ling Silent to the ground. She immediately extended her sharp claws and attacked him. Ye Beloved is a mutated zombie stronger than a regular zombie. Ling Silent is now without the assistance of Corpse Puppet. He is no match for Ye Beloved, hanging on the brink of danger. Ling Silent closed his eyes and concentrated, still reciting an incantation. Once there was a love placed in front of me. I did not cherish it. If God gives me another chance, I will tell you 4 words. Connection successful. The once bustling metropolis. Because the area has turned into a deserted zone due to the zombies. Ye Beloved's clothes were torn apart during the fight. Ling Silent decided to change her outfit. However, the zombies on the street once again aroused Ye Beloved's killing intent. Ling Silent looked at Ye Beloved's reaction. A bold guess formed in his mind. Zombie gel's recovery should be very helpful to Ye Beloved. Ye Beloved, get ready, we'll go together. Without waiting for Ling Silent's response, she has already rushed up and knocked down 5 zombies. This powerful combat strength made Ling Silent a little flustered. If you don't quickly boost your spiritual strength, let alone help Ye Beloved regain consciousness, once she breaks free from control, it's a dead end for herself as well. Even if she manages to escape by some stroke of luck, he would have a hard time finding her, like finding a needle in a haystack. In the collaboration between the two, Ye Beloved will eat all the zombie gel obtained. Ling Silent also feels the changes in his physical fitness once again. And in the battle with zombie just now, he didn't feel any fear at all. It seems that Ye Beloved's fighting spirit also has an impact on himself. Upon arriving at the clothing store, Ling Silent became so excited that his face turned red. Because Ye Beloved was unconscious, Ling Silent had to help her clean up and change clothes. Even though he tried to keep calm, who could understand this kind of happiness? Does anyone want a girlfriend like this, for the viewers watching the video? Because of the effects of zombie gel, Ye Beloved also underwent more obvious changes. She started to be able to express her thoughts. For example, she would grab Ling Silent's clothes to indicate that the baby was hungry. The two of them killed 88 zombies in the urban area again. But when Ye Beloved fed gel again, she collapsed on the ground, fainting. When Ye Beloved woke up again, her eyes changed back from red to black. She also looked much more energetic. The current Ye Beloved looks similar to an ordinary person. She just can't speak yet. Ling Silent became more aware that the changes happening to Ye Beloved seem more like a kind of evolution. As long as she continues to evolve, she will be closer to regaining consciousness. She wants to evolve by killing more zombies. So Ling Silent urgently needs a handy weapon. There happens to be Wang's famous shop nearby that specializes in crafting short knives. So he decided to go take a look. Wang frozen, wake up quickly, someone is here. It seems like they are also with a woman. Wow, this sister is so amazing. Should we remind them that there are zombies in the store? How to remind them? Shout out? That will only make them die faster, forget it. Let fate decide. Two people arrived at the store. Ling Silent quickly found the workshop where the knife was placed. But the door was locked. Could there still be someone inside? But the next second, a loud noise came from inside the door. Then a hand reached out. Ling Silent looked inside the door. It turned out to be a powerful mutated zombie. Ling Silent protected Ye Beloved behind him. Immediately, he used a spiral kick to pin the base against the door frame. Then he lifted the sharp blade and forcefully made a stab. However, at this moment, the mutant zombie kicked Ling Silent hard, sending him flying 8 meters away. Ling Silent was shaken by the powerful force of the zombie, and temporarily lost mobility. But the zombie pounced again. Ye Beloved, who received the transmitted information, turned around and came behind the zombie. She immediately pierced through the zombie's body with her sharp claws. However, the zombie, despite suffering a lethal blow, did not die. This instead aroused his fighting spirit even more. It suddenly turned red. After a few rounds of battle, Ling Silent gradually regained mobility. He took advantage of the fierce battle between Zombie and Ye Beloved, found the opportunity to sneak behind Zombie, leaped 8 meters high on the spot, and ruthlessly stabbed its chest with a knife, achieving a perfect kill. At this moment, Ling Silent also saw clearly the situation in the studio. The zombie slaughtered all living beings before continuously evolving to become so powerful. On the other side, Ye Beloved only thought about having a meal. She picked up the fresh red and green gel. Ye Beloved, wait, you can't eat it yet. Ling Silent is observing carefully. This gel is much greener than the previous gel. The toxins inside should be stronger. Last time Ye Beloved fainted after eating gel. We have to find a safe shelter first. Ling Silent will collect the zombie gel. Then we can continue selecting weapons in the workshop. Indeed, these swords and knives are truly top-notch. They are worth at least $1 billion if placed on the market. Just when Ling Silent wanted to make a fortune by selling knives. The soles of the feet, however, made a strange sound. He reached out with his hand and found a hidden compartment. Inside was a short knife worth 100 yuan. This is it, it suits my style well. Afterward, the two of them left the weapons shop and found an apartment to rest. Ling Silent poured half a ton of disinfectant at the door to mask the smell. Then he took out zombie gel to treat Ye Beloved to a meal. This girlfriend is too cute, isn't she? Are all the viewers watching the video feeling moved? Ye Beloved just consumed a zombie gel. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in the chest of Ling Silent. He was struggling to breathe, trembling, and kneeling on the ground. Ye Beloved also had a strong reaction. The last scene Ling Silent saw before fainting was Ye Beloved's departure. 2 seconds later, Ling Silent regained consciousness. He searched every corner of the room and didn't see Ye Beloved. Could it be that Ye Beloved had escaped from control and fled? He focused on sensing the spiritual connection. Luckily, the connection with Ye Beloved is still there. And because of the effects of zombie gel, Ling Silent's mental strength becomes stronger and clearer. He followed the connection direction and found Ye Beloved downstairs. Besides, during battles, Ye Beloved, she rarely acts on her own. Why did she suddenly, excitedly walk downstairs? Ling Silent was stunned when he saw Ye Beloved again. Is this Ye Beloved's normal appearance before? Ling Silent immediately ran over and hugged Ye Beloved. Had you regained consciousness? Do you remember me? When Ye Beloved turned around, her eyes were still empty. I thought, but it's okay. At least you showed some emotions. You can act on your own now. Although it's just a small improvement, it is a great encouragement for Ling Silent. The continuously evolving Ye Beloved has also burst out with astonishing combat power in her eyes. Zombies seem like inconspicuous low-level creatures. Their killing methods are clean and neat, without any emotion, especially when facing humans. What kind of reaction does she have? Just then, cries for help could be heard not far away. 2 high school students were surrounded by a circle of zombies. When the zombies launched their attack, the girl's mouth curled up in excitement. Then she raised her hand, and the knife fell, cutting the zombie in half, while the boy next to her perfectly played the role of a cheerleader. But 2 fists are no match for 8 hands. The 2 were quickly forced into a corner. Ling Silent realized that this girl had some skills. Perhaps she is also an ability user like Ye Beloved. But in order to not expose Ye Beloved's identity, Ling Silent decided to turn a blind eye. But just as they turned around, the cheerleaders behind them started shouting, "Brother, I'm behind you, help me!" In just 1 second, Zombie noticed the 2 of them because of the sound. But Ling Silent protected Ye Beloved behind him and ordered her not to act. The high school student in front of me doesn't know if they are a friend or a foe. If Ye Beloved's identity is exposed, it may bring about new dangers. Due to the increase in mental power, Ling Silent can now control 3 zombies at the same time. He kills as he controls, as long as the number is not too high. These zombies are like sitting ducks. With Ling Silent joining in, over half of the zombie horde is quickly taken down. Little Green took the opportunity to escape from the broken house. He immediately shouted, "Brother, I'm here!" "You are so amazing." This immediately attracted a large group of zombie Ling Silent and stunned them into mummies on the spot. I really admire you, Creeper. Do the viewers of the video have teammates like this too? If Little Green is of any use, it's that he runs fast. He led Ling Silent and others to a certain corner, shaking off the group of zombies. Little Green first thanked Ling Silent for saving his life, and then invited him to go for a beer. Although Ye Beloved looks no different from an ordinary person, it's hard not to be noticed after spending a long time together. "No, we have other things to do," said the girl nearby. Despite that, Little Green kept chatting with Ling Silent. Since the other party is unwilling, you shouldn't force it, the girl next to them just said, but the next second, she pounced on Ling Silent. She recognized the short knife at his waist. Ling Silent made a turn, and the girl's face hit the ground due to inertia. "Sia-na, what are you doing?" "Just having a beer. No need to act this way." "You mind your own business." "Shut up. Don't talk." She stands up and looks at Ling Silent. "Did you get this short knife from one's famous shop?" "How did you know?" "So the people in the shop are all dead, right?" "My cousin's family died so tragically." Sia-na is deeply immersed in sorrow and unable to extricate herself. However, Ling Silent seems to have misunderstood something. "Since there's nothing wrong, could you please stop staring at me all the time?" Sia-na suddenly developed a sinister interest. "What are you afraid of? Your girlfriend doesn't mind." After saying that, she directly hugged Ye Beloved, just at this moment. Ye Beloved's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, but only for a second. Ling Silent quickly used his psychic power to control Ye Beloved, and then his eyes returned to black. Faced with Sia-na's non-stop chatter, Ye Beloved remained silent. Seeing this, Ling Silent could only say that Ye Beloved didn't speak. Upon hearing that Ye Beloved was mute, Sia-na reacted differently. She was determined to invite the 2 of them out for a beer. Half pushing and half pulling, they arrived at the place where Little Green and Sia-na were temporarily hiding. Ling Silent was stunned as soon as he walked in. There were unexpectedly so many survivors here. Before Little Green could even sit down, the person with short hair next to her hurriedly asked, "How was your harvest today?" "It's fine. Just looted the supermarket on South Street. There are still a lot of things we haven't brought back. We'll go back for them after eating." Ling Silent finally woke up. Everyone relies on Sia-na and Little Green to go on an adventure to collect food. And these people are just sitting here enjoying the fruits of their labor. Although Little Green enthusiastically introduced Ling Silent as a lifesaver. But when faced with a person who suddenly came to distribute food to them, everyone had a bad expression. "Brother Ling? The savior? Sia-na is here too. Does she need his help?" "Yes, that's right. Where else would we need this outsider's help? Wang Mao doesn't need to do this. It's just a meal. Everyone is arguing incessantly. Little Green's persuasion is completely ineffective. Xiaona also has a look of watching a drama on her face. He looks at this group of freeloaders living off others. Ling Silent felt disgusted and turned away. Huffing, I never had any intention of freeloading, so enjoy your meal. In this apocalyptic world, having a shelter with sufficient food is incredibly precious. Ling Silent was nowhere to be found in the end. Xiaona's plan to make Ling Silent look bad was doomed to failure. Wang Mao, being a rich second generation, cannot stand Ling Silent's arrogance. You still brought a woman like you. Can you afford to support her? Just having food to eat is good enough. Why pretend to be a big shot? He then grabbed Ling Silent by the collar. Ling Silent dodged. Instead, he pressed Yellow Hair against the wall. Then he punched hard. And the others on the side were all stunned. Even Huang Mao didn't expect Ling Silent to be so skillful. If you dare to say one more thing that annoys me, I will fight until you can't speak. Huang Mao cast a pleading look at Xiaona for help. But Ling Silent did not give Xiaona face, insisting on an apology from her. Why should I apologize? Isn't this just for everyone to have more to eat? Huang Mao looked at his classmates, who usually flattered him. At this time, not a single person was helping him. Little Green held some food wanting to make amends. But Ling Silent insisted on leaving. However, just at this moment, Xiaona suddenly grabbed Ling Silent's hand. Do you still have something to do? Xiaona hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Yes, I think you're quite capable. Could you do me a favor? Before she could speak, Ling Silent promptly refused. It's your choice to raise these tadpoles. I won't comment. But I'm unwilling to have any relationship with these people, said Ling Silent. Xiaona had a sudden inspiration, so she said, as long as you have nothing to do with them, you are willing to help, right? Xiaona was afraid that Ling Silent would refuse again, so she hastily said, we are all students from the same school. However, during the escape, some students stayed behind at the school. We made an agreement. We will go back to pick them up once we find a place to stay. However, due to too many zombies near the school, it's impossible to get close. So, please help me get into the school. After listening to it, Ling Silent took a second to think with his brain. The campus, a gathering place for zombies. Those who stayed there may have already lost their lives. Xiaona did not give up because of the agreement. She really deserves a good person award. Since Ye Beloved swallowed the mutant zombies gel last time, regular gel has no effect on Ye Beloved. To continue Ye Beloved's evolution, more mutant zombie gel will need to be found. And the densely populated school can breed more mutant zombies. Thinking of this, Ling Silent agreed to go together. However, Ling Silent not only did not want to go herself, but also did not want Xiaona to go to school to save people. If she leaves, there will be no one to support and protect them. Xiaona immediately exploded in anger. If it weren't for them holding back, you would have been dead in the belly of the zombie a long time ago. For those watching the video, would you go to school to rescue your classmates? The silent man with glasses on the side suddenly proposed that everyone go together. However, Ling Silent disagreed, saying that none of you have combat capabilities. Going together would be a hindrance. In order to reassure Ling Silent, Xiaona said that she would take care of them. These students all rely on Xiaona for protection and food. Although they do not want to go to school, they can only follow the majority. Everyone discussed setting off early tomorrow morning. In the blink of an eye, it was time to rest. Xiaona requested to sleep together with Ye Beloved. Although Ling Silent agreed readily, when he returned to the room, he used the spiritual connection to monitor every move of Ye Beloved. But he didn't expect that the situation in the room would make him blush and his heart beat faster. Doesn't Big Sister take off her clothes to sleep? Come on, let me help you. She pressed Ye Beloved down on the bed. However, at this moment, Ling Silent controlled Ye Beloved to resist S1-Manhwa. Ye Beloved's body temperature is very low. If she is touched, it will definitely be discovered as abnormal. Subsequently, she entered a sleep state under Ling Silent's command. S1-Manhwa initially thought that Ling Silent forced Ye Beloved, so she invited them to drink beer. But after spending time together, she discovered that Ling Silent is a very responsible person. No matter what happens tomorrow, still thank you in advance. On the other side, Ling Silent listened to S1-Manhwa's self-talk like this. Before setting off, everyone was assigned food and a kitchen knife. Little Green and S1-Manhwa defeated the zombies on the way by perfect cooperation. But the other classmates on the side could only watch helplessly. They were powerless to act. Just then, a classmate was suddenly attacked and fell to the ground by the zombie. The zombie then began to bite forcefully. Although Ling Silent immediately reacted and killed the zombie, the classmate who was bitten had already died on the spot. This sudden turn of events happened too quickly. The classmates started to become restless and anxious. But S1-Manhwa did not go to comfort them. After a moment of silence, she continued on with Ling Silent and the others. What are you doing? Hurry up, let's go. S1-Manhwa and the rest are already gone. The man with glasses is pulling Huang Mao to leave. If it weren't for your suggestion, there wouldn't be casualties. Do you think we can survive without S1-Manhwa? What if Ling Silent convinces S1-Manhwa to abandon us? Also, don't you think the more people die, the better it is for us? You used to not be able to pursue S1-Manhwa, and now it's impossible to win her over. She is now your lifeline. You better treat her well. As for Ling Silent, you definitely can't afford to provoke him. This statement left Huang Mao speechless. Who would have thought that a seemingly timid and honest boy could be so cunning on the inside? In order to save their lives, everyone closely followed behind S1-Manhwa. However, just as they arrived at the school, they found themselves surrounded by wandering zombies. The only way to pass through was to distract the group of zombies. The students behind them all looked pale and frightened. S1-Manhwa also didn't want to rely on them and suggested going by herself. But Ling Silent interrupted. I will go lead the zombies away. You all find a place to hide and take the opportunity to pass through. Just as Ling Silent was about to act, he was stopped by a small hand pressing on his shoulder. Too damn brave. 20-08. Brother Ling, you are a real man. Thank you on behalf of everyone. Little Green is deeply moved. However, what he didn't know is that Ling Silent just didn't want to be a nanny for those people. If S1-Manhwa really went to distract the zombies, her chances of survival would be very low. But with the abilities of herself and Ye Beloved, they should be able to suppress the zombies. You only have 5 minutes to pass through the school. Afterwards, it will be filled with zombies. After that, Ling Silent led Ye Beloved to find 3 zombies. Also use mental connection to control them first. Then, he started picking up the phone. The 3 of them, as zombies, were chased by their own kind. Just because they were all wearing fruit phones. And each phone was set by him to the highest volume of stereo mode. When they ran towards the hospital across from the school, Ling Silent then opened YouTube Music. No text provided. Countless zombies were attracted by the sound and began to snatch cell phones. S1-Manhwa took the opportunity to have Little Green lead everyone into the school. And she was going to stay outside to provide support. A few seconds later, S1-Manhwa finally waited for Ling Silent. However, just at that moment, a zombie was squeezed out of the window. The sound of the fall attracted the attention of the zombie, making it turn around. The zombie noticed the 3 people in the distance and immediately rushed towards them. Due to the large number of zombies, facing them head-on was undoubtedly a dead end. Therefore, Ling Silent prepared to hide on a higher floor. But he encountered Little Green and others on the way. Looking at the revolving door in front of him, Ling Silent came up with a plan. Because of the size limitation of the revolving door, the number of zombies coming in each time is limited. It is more convenient for the 3 of them to kill them. The fighting sound outside attracted the zombies on the second floor, where a girl hiding on the second floor was trembling in fear holding a knife and dared not move. The boys were scared and lay flat on the ground. They watched as the zombies kept getting closer. Eventually, one of the boys directly pushed the boy in front of him towards the zombies. One zombie immediately stepped forward to bite. Another zombie walked towards the person with yellow hair. They watched as the yellow-haired person was about to fall into the mouth of the zombie. A hand suddenly snatched the cleaver from the hands of the person with yellow hair. Then, with a strong blow, the zombie behind was cut in half. It turned out it was just a minute ago. Ling Silent ordered Ye Beloved not to act in order to conceal her identity. 3 of them heard screams from the second floor during the fight. But everyone was occupied and unable to go. Ling Silent had no choice but to let Ye Beloved go to the rescue. Soon after, all the zombies on the second floor were cleared out by Ye Beloved. When everyone finished the fierce battle and started to count the number of people, it was discovered that 2 students were missing. Little Green said she saw them going to the 3rd floor. Xiana wanted to go for the rescue, but Ling Silent stopped her with words. There are zombies on the floor. Going up there means certain death. Shortly after, a few screams were heard. Xiana is a little confused, for people have died since coming out. Was it wrong to bring them out? Ling Silent walked over and said, "It's not your fault. If we had left them in the apartment, the outcome might have been even worse. Ye Beloved's skills just now made Xiana realize that she is not ordinary. Without their help, the situation could have been much worse." On the other side, Lan Mao was very displeased with the actions of the man with glasses. "If it weren't for your suggestion, we wouldn't be here, and that young man wouldn't have died. I will kill you now." And this scene happened to be seen by Xiana and others. The knife in Lan Mao's hand was knocked off by Xiana, and he also took a punch from Little Green. At this moment, the man with glasses had an angry expression. But the next second, he pretended to be a good person and came to advise. Forget it, he must have been too nervous just now. That's why he acted so aggressively. Even though Blue Hair wanted to expose the man with glasses facade, who would believe him because of his previous actions. The man with glasses thought he had hidden himself very well. But the moment of killing intent just now was all seen by Ling Silent. "Brother Ling, why are you looking at me like that?" "No problem. Let's continue on. Just a moment ago, everyone arrived at the underground supermarket and split up to search for supplies. But just as they took a few steps, the reddening eyes of Ye Beloved indicate that there are mutated zombies nearby." A sudden scream came from the front. The 2 of them ran towards the source. At this moment, the big figure was crazily tearing at the students underneath. The yellow-haired person next to them was already scared stiff. To everyone watching the video, if you were the yellow-haired person, how many seconds would you freeze before running away? The student who was bitten did not react until he heard the sound of painful screams. He ran away desperately. When he saw 2 people approaching, the yellow-haired person's eyes immediately lit up. "Ling Silent, help me, save me!" But Ling Silent hesitated, as the mutated zombie was not his opponent. Only by cooperating with Ye Beloved would they have a chance to defeat it. In the next moment, the yellow-haired person was slapped by the big zombie and flew 8 meters away. Then the zombie's fist, like steel, aimed at Ling Silent. The floor shattered as Ling Silent narrowly dodged the attack. Seeing this immense power, he knew that this mutated zombie was stronger than before. Only by giving it his all did he have a chance of winning. He undid all the restraints on Ye Beloved. Ye Beloved instantly turned into a mad killing machine. She flashed instantly behind the big guy and used her sharp claws to pierce through his neck swiftly. But this fatal blow was insignificant in front of the thick-skinned big guy, as if it were just scratching an itch. Seeing this situation, Ling Silent immediately mobilized his spiritual power to control the big guy. However, controlling 2 powerful zombies at the same time was still too much for him. In just 1 second, his eyeballs were bloodshot. Nose also started to bleed. "Ye Beloved, kill him now. Ye Beloved, Focus all your strength to deliver a strike. Finally pierce the back of the big head. Sure enough, the stronger the zombie, the deeper the color of the gel produced. The battle just ended. Xiao-Na and Little Green rushed over upon hearing the movement. Xiao-Na began to doubt, seeing the zombie lying on the ground, and the two almost unharmed standing beside. These two are ridiculously strong. Always feel like there is some secret hidden behind them. But Ling Silent just casually said a few words. He quickly hid the zombie gel again. In the previous battle, Ling Silent felt that his psychic power had made a breakthrough. Maybe next time, he can control two mutated zombies directly. Wang Mao also woke up from the coma just now. He was in pain on the ground. When Little Green went to bandage his wounds, his face became worse. Afterwards, he sneaked over to Xiao-Na. Wang Mao seems to be in bad shape. His arm has the exact same color as the zombie. He may be mutating. Wang Mao's previous arrogant attitude had made other students dislike him. Now, the risk of mutation will make him even less accepted by them. After much consideration, Xiao-Na decided to leave him here and give him some food. If Wang Mao has not mutated by the time they return, then they will take him with them. Ling Silent feels that Wang Mao may not appreciate this kindness, but does not want to intervene too much. Indeed, after learning about the thoughts of Xiao-Na and others, Wang Mao roared in anger. But compared to the sorrow and indignation of being abandoned by Xiao-Na and others, there was one more thing that made him even more fearful. Would he really mutate after being infected by the mutant zombie? On the other side, Ling Silent and the others finally arrived at the agreed place. It's strangely surprising that there isn't a single zombie here. So there's only one possibility, because there are no prey. Many zombies are killing each other. In the end, it gives rise to even more powerful mutated zombies. Thinking of this, Ling Silent is actually a bit excited. Just as Xiao-Na was about to enter, Ling Silent stopped suddenly. Our agreement was to go to the main entrance. So let's part ways here. Through life and death along the way, Xiao-Na had already regarded Ling Silent as a friend. Despite feeling reluctant, a promise is a promise. After saying goodbye, Xiao-Na led the group to rescue the students, while Ling Silent and two others went to the other academic buildings. He wants to obtain more mutant gel to help Ye Beloved evolve. Soon, the two of them found a mutant zombie at the elevator entrance. And this zombie's hands were strengthened. Surprisingly, it can even withstand weapons. Ling Silent uses psychic power to control the zombie, then cooperates with Ye Beloved to kill. Soon they defeat the zombie. And the color of this gel becomes darker green. The two seized the opportunity and defeated several more zombies. Ling Silent now has a total of 7 mutant zombie gels. Enough for Ye Beloved to evolve again. And as Ye Beloved continues to evolve, he can feel that Ye Beloved has become like a part of his body. It's also easier to control. But Ling Silent is just a human after all. Continuous battles have left him exhausted. After a brief rest, he asks Ye Beloved to help him up. As Ye Beloved bends down, her necktie suddenly slipped off. Immediately, a wave of benefits approached Ling Silent, who swallowed his saliva 88 times. Ling Silent pretended to be calm and tied Ye Beloved's necktie. The two were preparing to leave. But Ye Beloved had a reaction to the discovery of mutated zombies. It seems that there are mutated zombies in this school, otherwise, her girlfriend wouldn't be so eager. The zombies in this building have all been cleared. Could they be on other floors? I suddenly thought of Xiao-Na. I began to worry. Since we're already here, it's better to prepare more gel. Xiao-Na, who was looking for her classmates on the other side, arrived at the classroom. At this moment, others were feeling a bit worried. Bai Jing searched for a long time. There were no survivors. Staying here for one more minute is dangerous. But Xiao-Na firmly believes that there must be classmates alive. She knocked on the classroom door. Voices indeed came from inside. It was Teacher Wang who opened the door, which made the students finally relax. However, Xiao-Na suddenly saw something. The scene before her eyes. directly made her scalp numb. Inside, bloodstains were everywhere. She had already guessed what had happened. At this moment, Lu Mao hastily asked Xiao what happened, but also saw the situation inside the classroom. He immediately felt nauseous and began to vomit. Teacher Wang kindly asked Xiao if she had any food. They had not eaten normal food for a long time. This sentence made Xiaona's hands tremble. She kicked fiercely. Then she forced a bitter smile. Indeed, just as Ling Silent had said, "You are all parasites. Just rot here on your own. Just rot here on your own." And then she planned to leave immediately. And Teacher Wang looked at the hope in front of him. Just like that, it's gone. He directly turned dark. All rushed over. Xiao looked back in response to the bad news. She slashed over with a knife. Everyone was too scared to speak because of Xiaona's actions. Xiao stared fiercely at everyone. The next second, a massacre began. I hate the virus for taking away my home. But I hate you even more for lacking conscience. She kept cutting with her knife. Only one person was left, cowering against the wall, trembling. He watched Xiao approaching. He quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. However, Xiao at this moment was extremely calm. She just quietly said one sentence. The same words. Shouldn't those classmates who were cruelly treated by you have said them too? The next second, she gently waved the knife. The wretched person in front of her ended just like that. Other classmates also rushed over. Seeing Xiao covered in blood, no one could say a word. At this moment, on the street, a mutated zombie appeared. Its eerie appearance was extremely frightening. A mournful voice came from its mouth. Ling Silent, Xiao, I want you both to suffer. My girlfriend is a zombie, and yet I can control her. Just now, Xiao personally dealt with the inhumane teacher and classmates. Just as she was about to leave, she felt a sense of danger behind her. At this moment, the mutated Huang Maofei pounced over. He ruthlessly punched Xiao, sending her flying. Watching Xiao falling to the ground, Huang Mao sarcastically said, Xiao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. You're such a snitch. He immediately stepped on Xiaona's head. Then he lifted her and left. At this point, Green Hair wanted to save her, but was knocked down by an elbow strike. Yellow Hair said fiercely, My target is not you. Let Ling Silent come to the boys' dormitory. I'm waiting for him. Green Hair could only watch helplessly as Xiaona was taken away. He shouted angrily in pain. However, this attracted the attention of Zombie. At this time, we must find Ling Silent. The two of them escaped into the classroom. However, they did not know that there were also zombies inside. Just as Green Hair was about to be bitten by a zombie, Ling Silent appeared. At this moment, Ling Silent was stepping on Zombie while playing with a knife in his hand. He hurriedly asked where the others had gone. Green Hair recounted to Ling Silent about Xiao being taken away by Yellow Hair, and informed that Yellow Hair has mutated. Ling Silent sounds a bit confused. It's understandable that this guy has mutated. Why can he still speak human language? Rescuing people is the priority. Ling Silent followed Green Hair to the boys' dormitory. Arriving at the entrance, there were fresh bloodstains on the ground. Ling Silent was very confused. Green Hair hurriedly said, It must be Yellow Hair. When he appeared, his whole body was covered in blood. So as long as he follows the bloodstains, he can find him. Ling Silent arrived at a classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Yellow Hair and blood-red eyes. The first collision between the two had officially begun. At this moment, Huang Mao let out a creepy laugh. Look at me, Ling Silent. It's all thanks to you. Ling Silent looks at the insane Huang Mao. He is calmly analyzing. Humans are infected. Will turn into zombies. But the changes on his body are completely different from a zombie. Skin ulceration. Should be caused by a highly pure virus. Ling Silent didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked where Xiao-Na was. Wang Mao responded to Ling Silent's inquiry. He burst into laughter. Ling Silent, you want to see her? Just cut off the hand that slapped me back then. Ling Silent stopped his girlfriend from acting. His eyes were filled with disdain. He appeared behind Yellow Hair in one swift move. Extremely fast speed. He slashed down with one stroke. Ling Silent toyed with a short knife in his hand. Looking at Yellow Hair coldly, he said, 20.10:00. Guess how many mutant zombies I have killed? My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. In this post-apocalyptic world, humans avoid zombies at all costs. But at this moment, Ling Silent is playing with a short dagger in his hand. He contemptuously mocks the mutant zombie in front of him, and the next second, he disappears from the spot. He can make even zombies terrified with his speed. It's evident that Ling Silent's strength is truly impressive. When he appeared in front of Wang Mao, the humiliated zombie became furious. He directly wanted to tear Ling Silent apart with his hands. However, Ling Silent's short knife directly chopped off his arm. Turning back, she asked coldly, I'll ask you one last time. Where is Xiao-Na? Wang Mao remained unfazed, slowly walking towards Ling Silent. In a sinister and low voice, he said, I was abandoned by you and left to be infected by the virus. This despair and pain, I want you to taste it too. Then he laughed terrifyingly. Ling Silent directly swung a knife over. Ended his life. Handled these. Everyone started searching. In a warehouse, Xiao-Na, who was tied up, looked weakly as the door was kicked open. When it was time to rescue her, Xiao-Na, however, shouted loudly, not allowing anyone to approach her. Ling Silent bit his lip. Wang Mao's last words seemed to have a hidden agenda. Xiao-Na raised her bleeding arm. The blackened wound also confirmed Ling Silent's conjecture. Xiao-Na cried and said, I have been infected. Don't come near me, everyone. This sentence left everyone at a loss. Green Hair has the best relationship with Xiao-Na. He looked awkwardly at everyone, silly smiling, saying, Xiao-Na must be joking with us. Brother Ling, don't you think so? Ling Silent closed his eyes. He also didn't want to admit these. But this is the truth. Ling Silent is still analyzing calmly. Wang Mao was attacked by a mutant and could not withstand the high-intensity virus, causing his body to decay. Xiao-Na is a secondary infection. Is there still any hope? If she becomes like a girlfriend, relying on gel may lead to recovery. But if it rots, then there really is no way to save it. With this speculation, Ling Silent just wants to control his girlfriend and have Xiao-Na leave here first. However, Xiao-Na at this moment directly picked up the short knife on the ground. Looking at everyone with relief, she trembled and said, I'd rather us not become a zombie. I don't want to harm you all. As soon as the words fell, the dagger was about to slash towards the neck. Ling Silent quickly controlled his girlfriend and stopped her. In Xiao-Na Yuanju's eyes, the dagger was thrown out. The next second, Xiao-Na was covered in cold sweat and directly collapsed on the ground. Just as everyone was at a loss, Xiao-Na trembled and stood up unsteadily. Ling Silent could feel the abnormal energy in her body. However, at this moment, Xiao-Na began to speak. She said, Give it to me, with a very convincing expression. I think adults all understand. Just like that, she pounced on Ling Silent. Just when everyone looked bewildered, I controlled my girlfriend to hold her down. It seems like she wanted this. Did Xiao-Na really mutate? My girlfriend is a zombie, but I can still control her. Ling Silent is in big trouble right now. Because of Xiao-Na, the partner who fights together. A zombie, but I can still control her. Ling Silent is in big trouble right now. Because of Xiao-Na, the partner who fights together. She has also been infected. She seems very interested in the gel. Watching her suffering endlessly. I quickly asked everyone to go out and wait. Gel is the essence of the zombie's brain. It is a necessary essence for zombie upgrading. Ling Silent took out one. Can only try to feed Xia Na. After swallowing the gel, Xia Na's expression noticeably improved. Just as Ling Silent heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Na unexpectedly craved for the gel once again. She kept saying, "Give me!" This puzzled Ling Silent. This gel itself is a high-purity virus. She only became a zombie not long ago. Xia Na at this moment is once again experiencing a headache. She is sweating profusely all over. Ling Silent has already run out of options. He can only take out another pill and watch her swallow it. Her body finally stabilized. Just as Ling Silent was observing the situation, the man with the eyes pushed open the door and shouted loudly, "Brother Ling, there are many zombies outside surrounding us. It seems we must hurry to leave the current situation now." The group moved into an apartment building. Just as LV Mao was asking about Xia Na's situation, she, who was originally quiet, suddenly went berserk. Her whole being turned grim and stood up. Ling Silent once again asked everyone to leave and said, "No matter what happens, absolutely do not come in." At this moment, Xia Na's situation is very bad. Ling Silent tried calling her by her name, yumming. Xia Na actually reacted. This indicates there is still consciousness. But the next second, Xia Na, who was running wildly, rushed over. Ling Silent quickly avoided her. "It seems that I can only subdue her together with my girlfriend." The sound of things crashing inside the house made Green Hair and Eyeballs very worried. They hurriedly asked loudly about the situation inside. Xia Na's condition is too serious. Ling Silent can only comfort Green Mao and assure that there is no need to worry. Seeing Xia Na, who could go berserk at any moment, Ling Silent can only try to use mental control. A mental link was pulled out, pressing directly on her forehead. Xia Na suddenly returned to normal. She glared directly and asked, "What are you doing?" "My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. Just now, Xia Na, who has become a zombie, regained her sanity unexpectedly." This has shocked Ling Silent a lot. He quickly asked her if she could remember her own name. However, her expression became dull again. She kept murmuring the two words, "Xia Na," in her mouth. The next second, she shouted again, complaining of a headache. Ling Silent quickly controlled his girlfriend, holding her down. A spiritual chain was once again pulled out. This time, Ling Silent directly entered Xia Na's spiritual space. When he saw her spiritual power, as well as the chaotic state, two different consciousnesses were mutually colliding within her body. Ling Silent speculated that this might not be a split personality. Just as Xia Na was about to go out of control again, Ling Silent took action. She directly began to attempt mental control. A chain went through. She established a connection directly with her. Ling Silent looked at the traction in her hand. Only then did she feel relieved. The real him was lying limp on the bed, as if he had just gone through a great battle. At this time, Green-Haired pushed open the door and shouted Xia Na's name. He hurried over happily and started shaking, like a rattled drum. Ling Silent was itching with hatred. "What are you shaking for?" Unexpected changes suddenly occurred. Xia Na went berserk again. She directly overthrew Lu Mao. She was about to unleash a big move with a Black Tiger Steel's hard technique. Ling Silent quickly controlled the connection and exclaimed, "Xia Na! Stop!" Green Hair was quite scared by the scene just now. He hurriedly asked Ling Silent what had happened. Ling Silent could only explain that it might be an aftermath. Currently, only he knows for sure. With his mental strength, he is unable to control both zombies at the same time. Maintaining mental contact is already at its limit. Once she is stimulated, she will disconnect. After he calms down the green-haired person, everyone rested. Ling Silent looked at the asleep Xia Na on the bed and knew he had to find a breakthrough. He gently asked, "Do you still remember me?" But other than hearing her own name, she didn't respond to any other questions. Ling Silent looked at his girlfriend by the window. The road ahead was going to be even harder. However, Xia Na's situation is better than Ling Silent's girlfriend, except for the unstable factor. Ling Silent saw a long knife in the corner at this moment. Directly try to ask Xia Na, "Do you recognize this?" As soon as the words fell, Xia Na directly reached out and grabbed it. Then he protected it in front of him. He looked at the foolish Xia Na. Ling Silent shook his head with a bitter smile. When he went to retrieve the long knife again, Xia Na lifted her beautiful foot and kicked him directly in the handsome face, causing his nose to bleed profusely, leaving Ling Silent feeling helpless. The next morning, Eyeglasses told Ling Silent that he saw a survivor. This piqued Ling Silent's interest. He went to the window. There were indeed living people on the busy street in the distance. Moreover, the coordination among them was quite tacit. Both the lure and the kill were done very accurately. Ling Silent was very impressed by this. In this apocalyptic world, only this can be deemed as a survivor team. His praise in his heart is not finished yet. These people in the next second. They actually ran straight to this building with the zombie. Ling Silent slapped his head. Praising too early. This is not a scam. My girlfriend is a zombie. And I can control her. Looking at the Xia Na in front of me, she also turned into a zombie. According to the current situation, is he planning to open a harem for beautiful zombie women? At this moment, a survivor suddenly appeared and fled to our building. Currently, a large number of zombies have entered the building. Listening to the commotion outside, Lu Mao asked Ling Silent if they needed help. Ling Silent remained calm. Instead, they quickly arranged for an escape. Now everyone will die if they go out. Just when Green Mao was wondering how to escape, Ling Silent secretly controlled his girlfriend and Xia Na to jump down. The two sisters landed handsomely by stepping on the air conditioning unit. Green Mao looked on and exclaimed, "Really awesome." The two people landing caught the attention of the zombies around. The next thing will be another slaughter. Because they completely underestimated the strength of the girls. In just a moment, all the zombies in front of them were eliminated. The mutated zombies are indeed at a crushing level. Ling Silent is now ready with the rope. He climbed down directly, and he informed Green Hair, "Only giving you 2 minutes. Choose to jump to your death or be bitten to death." They gritted their teeth as they looked at the zombie about to break in. Also climbed down. Ling Silent looked at the two people who had fallen to the ground. If in this last days, they don't even have the courage for this. Death is a matter of time. Everyone starts fleeing again. Just at this moment, they encountered the group of survivors. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Silent decided to detour. But he found out there were still zombies blocking the way. Then they had to fight their way through again. The leader of the survivors cleared out the zombies. He saw Ling Silent and a few others. The strength of his girlfriend and Xia Na. It surprised Red Hair a lot. Their strength is quite impressive. Saving people is the priority. Red Hair organized everyone to start the rescue mission. After killing the zombies together, Red Hair praised Ling Silent for his stamina and strength, and also mentioned the skill of luring the zombies into the building, saying that it was impressive. Immediately, he invited Ling Silent and the others to visit their survivors' camp. Ling Silent looked at his companions. A place to stay was indeed needed. So he agreed to come down. He took out a cat ear hat from his backpack. He put it on Xia Na's head. "You, this girl, are indeed an unstable factor. It's also good to disguise for safety." Xia Na actually cooperated very well. The cat meowed. Everyone followed Hong Mao to the camp. It must be said that the staffing here is very well arranged. There are also rotating surveillance duties. At this time, a girl is recording. the situation of the casualties, and the distribution of supplies brought back this time. Ling Silent looked at the survivors in front of him. He felt for the first time the unity of humanity in the apocalypse. With Ling Silent, Hong Mao went to meet the leader of the camp. At this moment, a girl wearing a hat was eating a lollipop. When Ling Silent entered the room, after the girl's spinning chair rotated 500 times, she struck a cool pose. The next second, Ling Silent blurted out. It turned out to be Wang Frozen. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. At this moment, I have arrived at the survivors' camp. Come to meet the leader here. But found someone I know. Wang Frozen. I thought this girl had long been defeated in the Northwest. I didn't expect her to still be alive. At this moment, Wang Frozen also recognized me and pointed at me, trembling all over. Red Hair asked Ling Silent in confusion. Do you know Sister Frozen? Ling Silent, thinking to himself, seeing Wang Frozen's high status, said, although Sister Frozen is not the leader, her strength is also formidable. Just then, Wang Frozen started talking to Xiao Na directly. At this moment, Wang Frozen started chatting with Xiao Na directly in a very casual tone. Isn't this Xiao Na? Still alive? How come? You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a hat? This really scared Ling Silent. He only just remembered. This girl is Xiao Na's cousin. Wang Frozen looked at Xiao Na with no response. Her little face looked so wronged. She directly muttered in her mouth. Also, you are the kind of person who is disappointed to see me alive. Humph. Whenever we meet, you always give me a grumpy face. Keep quiet. Then he immediately pointed at Ling Silent and asked who these people were. Ling Silent felt extremely embarrassed. Goodness. Neighbors for many years, yet they don't even remember me. Wang Frozen walked up to Ling Silent, squinted his eyes, and said, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Then he looked at Ling Silent from head to toe. At this moment, the short sword around the waist caught the attention of this young lady. She shouted directly, You are the one who stole my short sword. How come you are with Xiao Na? At this moment, Ling Silent's brain couldn't keep up with the pace. The girl only saw her being stubborn. What are you looking at? Give me back my knife. This is something I made. Why do you take it away? And at this moment, Red Hair also persuaded Ling Silent and Sister Frozen to give the thing back to her. Otherwise, it could cause a big problem. Ling Silent got angry when she heard this. She directly said, Why should I give it to you? This is the end of the world. Your store has been completely abandoned. Anyone can enter. And the mutated zombies inside are also killed by me. This is my strength. A few words silenced the little girl. She could only play the role of aggrieved. Who is Ling Silent? He is a real man in the apocalypse. So the two of them started echoing each other. You owe me. I don't owe you. After a few hours passed, a deep voice interrupted the clamor. Oh, it's really lively today. The redhead turned around at this moment. It turns out that the boss has returned. Immediately explained that these people are Wang Frozen's cousin. The boss looked at everyone. Didn't we just go to her house a few days ago? Ling Silent looked at Wang Frozen and thought that this girl was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. The boss took a closer look at Ling Silent and finally recognized her. He's the one who brought a girl with him that day and wreaked havoc at the knife shop. Everyone admires a strong person. Just heroes appreciating each other. When the two of them were acting all high and mighty, Wang Frozen popped up again, loudly asking Ling Silent to return the knife. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. I brought 2 zombie girls to the survivors' camp. In this apocalypse, perhaps this is the only place with humanity. The leader of the camp at this moment wants to recruit Ling Silent to join. If my girlfriend is not infected, he will definitely stay. But now whether the 2 girls can recover or not, the road ahead is still very long. Ling Silent directly refused the camp leader's kind offer, but recommended glasses and green fur. In this chaotic world, perhaps death awaits us tomorrow. So the two of them are also willing to join. Next, Ling Silent is about to set off again. As long as he settles the two tag-alongs, he could also feel at ease for a moment. After he declined the camp leader's offer to stay, Ling Silent and the other two were about to leave. At this moment, Green Hair yelled "Brother Ling" and ran out. I hope you can take good care of Xia Na even though she is a zombie now. You must protect her well. People who are loyal and righteous like this are really rare. Ling Silent patted his shoulder. It's comforting that Xia Na has a friend like you. You must also live well. As Ling Silent turned to leave, Green Hair shouted as if he had made a big decision. Then I'll go find you. I won't make a mistake. At the last moment of waving goodbye, Ling Silent understands very clearly. The chances of meeting again next time will be very low. But everyone needs to work hard and dream. Watching the three people leave, Wang Frozen's lips curved up. The boss knew at first sight that this guy definitely had ulterior motives. Did you tamper with him? Watching Wang Frozen looking furious. You are really causing trouble. The three who left the camp, faced with a large number of zombies again. They can easily deal with these low-level zombies now. But Xia Na remains an unstable factor. Cannot let her act easily. Arrived in the building, Ling Silent looked at two zombie girls. At this time, the girlfriend is longing for gel again. Just as Ling Silent was about to retrieve it. This really frightened him. Luckily, he maintained a composed expression. His demeanor was quite unique. He quickly retrieved the bag. But he stood frozen in place. Did gel merge? Ling Silent took gel for a closer observation. It doesn't seem like a merger. Although it looks like the volume has increased, overall, it is still more than half missing. Could it be that these gels can also devour each other? Just at this moment, Xia Na went out of control again. It seems that she is also attracted by this gel. At this time, Ling Silent finds it difficult to make a decision. After all, Xia Na has already consumed 2 pieces within 48 hours. What will be the consequences if she consumes another one? At this difficult moment of decision-making, Xia Na has started to break free from control. A long knife is about to be swung towards Ling Silent. My girlfriend is a zombie. And I can control her. Xia Na's eyes turned blood red at this moment. She gripped the long knife. The mental shackles were clearly loosening. In this urgent situation, Ling Silent directly split the gel in his hand into 2. Xia Na immediately obediently reached out her hand to catch it. After consuming the gel, Xia Na's body trembled all over again. Ling Silent hurried forward to express concern and inquire, but found Xia Na's small face slightly flushed. The next second, Ling Silent's whole body began to ache. He felt a strong spiritual fluctuation. It seems that Xia Na has ingested the gel voluntarily. Ling Silent also forcefully increased control. Absolutely cannot let her break free. When Ling Silent reached out and grabbed Xia Na's arm, but felt very cold. Why is the body so red, and yet the temperature is so low? At this moment, the two of them stared at each other. The ambiguous closeness between them. Xia Na's sneeze broke the silence. Then she slumped onto Ling Silent's body, holding Xia Na and placing her on the sofa. At this moment, Ling Silent thought, "My goodness! I can't hold on for much longer." As he looked at the sleeping Xia Na, Ling Silent opened her eyelids and took a closer look. What will she ultimately become? He then looked at his girlfriend, who had the appearance of a hungry infant. He could only get his girlfriend to eat the other half of the pill, and her whole body trembled. Then, her face blushed slightly. But this time, something unusual happened to his girlfriend. Ling Silent sensed a murderous intent. Through a mental link, the power of this murderous intent struck straight at his soul. Ling Silent could only hang on desperately. Fortunately, he didn't let his girlfriend break the link. At this moment, Ling Silent looked at his own hands. The desire to kill is too strong. There is no pain at all. It's even quite comfortable. The feeling of comfort until the witness gives up resistance, accompanied by the body's abnormality. Ling Silent suddenly realized that something was wrong. In this comfortable feeling, there is a violent murderous intent from his girlfriend. At this time, his girlfriend's eyes became even more bloodshot. Ling Silent directly smashed the table. He looked at his own hands. He knew. This must be how a zombie feels. When he realized that his body was behaving abnormally, Ling Silent knew that his chances of survival were slim. At this moment, he must focus his attention. The more flustered he is, the harder it is for him to make a decision. At this moment, he looked at his girlfriend. The whole body lunged forward directly. He hugged his lover tightly. The next second, under the moonlight, Ling Silent kissed his girlfriend. In this doomsday, maybe I am not a good person. But what would you do if I turned into a zombie? This method is indeed effective. After kissing, Ling Silent regained his composure. Looking at his girlfriend's obedient appearance, he muttered to himself, "No matter how others see you, you are the girl who touched my heart," while helping his girlfriend tidy up her clothes. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He thought back to what had just happened. The girlfriend had just taken a bite of the gel. Will saliva be transmitted? My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. Just now, after my girlfriend ate the gel, her body went through some abnormalities. As a result, Ling Silent almost mutated into a zombie. To stay awake, he kissed his girlfriend. But after the passionate kiss, Ling Silent found a big problem. Will sleeping fluid also be infectious? Looking at the clock on the wall, 10 minutes have passed. There is only a restless heat in the body. There is no problem. Could it also turn into that yellow-haired look? The body decays, but the consciousness remains clear. Lying on top of his girlfriend. At this moment, he understood the feeling Xiao had when she mutated. He walked straight to his girlfriend's back. Even if she mutated, at this moment, he still had his girlfriend with him. In the moonlight, he held his girlfriend like this. He recounted his yearning and past memories. Unknowingly, 30 minutes have passed. When the clock chimed, Ling Silent suddenly realized that there was something unusual about his body. His saliva is not infectious. This excited him greatly. Ling Silent chuckled to himself. Since that's the case, no problem. Does he need to give a few more kisses to calm down? At this moment, his girlfriend slowly turned her head. She looked at Ling Silent with gentle eyes. Her hand slowly reached towards Ling Silent's face. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Ling Silent's eyes were filled with a mix of shock and joy. He quickly looked at his girlfriend's expression. He clearly had no control just now. That action should have been involuntary. However, the next second, the appearance of his girlfriend returned to calm once again. Ling Silent was not disappointed. He touched his girlfriend's head. It seems that the gel is helpful for regaining consciousness. Take it slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Next, Ling Silent began testing whether his girlfriend's strength had improved after absorbing the gel. He picked up a coin. Use your fastest speed. See if you can catch it before the coin hits the ground. As the coin was tossed, his girlfriend's body glided past. Catching the coin was effortless. Next, 4 more coins were thrown. No surprises. His girlfriend's reaction and speed have indeed improved. She's like a crazy leopard. Ling Silent was really shocked by the result. Then he thought again. His girlfriend's strength has improved. So, as a spiritual link with me, I will also improve. To confirm his guess, he decided to do a U-turn run. As a result, he miscalculated. At this moment, his speed is unbelievably fast. He collided directly with Xiao and Na Ling Silent, who was sleeping soundly, and was relieved that he was not hurt. But he saw Xiao Na rubbing her eyes, saying shyly, "Rogue! My girlfriend is a zombie, but I can control her. At this moment, Ling Silent sat on Xiaona's body. Obviously, he became a zombie, but he can still speak. He can even make shy expressions. Xiaona looked at Ling Silent with a helpless look in her eyes and asked, "Do I know you?" This immediately left Ling Silent dumbfounded. Quickly remove the hands placed on the abdomen. Could it be that consciousness has been restored? However, the next second Xiaona turned into a zombie again, staring fiercely at him. Good grief. Could it be the inherent self-defense instinct of women? Stimulated her consciousness? In order to confirm his own guess, Ling Silent looked at his own hand. He touched it directly. Sure enough, Xiaona's expression immediately froze. Then he begged for mercy, shaking his head. He kept saying, "This is not okay, not okay, not okay." At this point, Ling Silent was also very excited. Since it was effective, let's continue to verify. Maybe we can directly restore it to an adult. Ling Silent bent down, ambiguously saying, "Once is not enough. How about twice? Or maybe 3 times? Xiaona's face was extremely shy. She could only mutter, "I don't know." Ling Silent showed suspicion. She mocked Xiaona playfully. Then his hand reached sneakily over. Xiaona couldn't bear it this time. She shouted directly, "Stop!" Her whole person suddenly became violent, which scared Ling Silent. Hurriedly jumped back to avoid it. Looking at the mutated Xiaona on the sofa, Ling Silent wondered if she had been overstimulated. After a while, Xiaona's expression returned to calm again. It seems it can't be rushed. Recovery is just a matter of time. 1 person and 2 zombies have all increased in strength. It's time to celebrate properly. After drinking a few cans of beer, Ling Silent then went to the window to get some fresh air. But at this moment, he noticed something unusual. Movement came from the iron gate downstairs. The next second, a girl walked out from inside. She had blue hair and white hollow eyes. Turned out she was a zombie girl. She roared loudly, unlike other zombies. She is actually attacking actively. This made Ling Silent a bit bewildered. The dark night with gusty winds is a night for murder. This zombie girl seems to be enjoying the killing. 1 zombie after another falls. But the atmosphere makes Ling Silent feel somewhat strange. The other zombies unexpectedly started to surround her. Why are all the zombies acting so unusually today? At this moment, the girl's arm caught my attention. Is it because of the mimicry that attracted them? The next second, this zombie girl, roaring, she tore off the zombie's arm in front of her. Next is self-mutilation. Sure enough, the same kind of imitation also attracts. Ling Silent watches while analyzing. Suddenly, only the girl is left on the field. However, a sudden change occurs. A yellow-haired zombie is actually playing dead the whole time. He took advantage of the girl's distraction and launched a sneak attack, killing the yellow-haired one after the girl. His hair exploded directly. Is he going to mutate? Ling Silent watched with great interest, chin in hand. Just as he was about to take a rest, he found Xiaona had appeared out of nowhere with blood-red eyes and a body full of murderous intent. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. Just now, downstairs, the zombie couldn't bear the loneliness. They started a mutual massacre. Just as Ling Silent wanted to rest, Xiaona ran out. Ling Silent immediately speculated. Is it attracted by the smell of blood? Looking at Xiaona's trembling body, this is obviously a feeling of longing. At this moment, Ling Silent noticed that the zombie downstairs was actually starting to evolve. The zombie downstairs unexpectedly started to evolve. Its dry body expanded in the blink of an eye. Muscles, size, and teeth all increased. It even struck a pose and started showing off. Ling Silent smiled slightly. Although weakened a bit, this one is a mutant. The conversation hasn't finished yet. Just as they spoke, another group of zombies surrounded them. Is he attracting them somehow? Ling Silent turned to look at Xiao-Na. Should we have Xiao-Na bring him back for research, or forget about it? This girl is extremely unstable right now. Just let the girlfriend handle it, and settle it quickly. The bald guy downstairs has already cleared out the surrounding zombies. Eating gel Ling Silent with big bites, he raised his hand and issued a direct order. The next second, his girlfriend appeared behind the bald man. Before he could react, his girlfriend struck with a palm. The gap in strength was indeed overwhelming. After bringing the bald guy back, his girlfriend tied him up on the bed. She was holding a flashlight. Xiao-Na serves as a backup. Ling Silent puts on gloves and takes out the short knife from the tray. At this moment, Ling Silent is going through the motions of what he learned from the doctor, except for the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Time passed little by little. Ling Silent put the short knife back on the tray, but held a green object in his hand. He began to analyze it. This net-like thing almost covers the whole body of the zombie, especially the brain part the most. Ling silently moved closer to smell it. The smell was exactly the same as Gel's. He seemed to suddenly realize something. He picked up the dagger and used it again. The fork is a network-like object, but this is the occipital position. In other words, Gel is formed by it. Then the key to control is the network that covers the whole body. Ling Silent deduced a conclusion through analysis, that is, the virus gel will devour each other. And the purer it is, the smaller the volume. So it reaches a certain point. The network covering the whole body will all condense into a very small piece. Zombies with this gel will also regain their sanity. Ling Silent looked at the two girls. This time confirmed the method of recovery. It's just a matter of time next. When Ling Silent was fantasizing, Xiao-Na spoke again, asking why he was smiling. This time, Ling Silent was not surprised. Instead, he pointed at Xiao-Na's chest. He joked and said, "Because your heels are too small. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. Just now, I performed a small surgery on another mutant with two zombie girls. This made both my girlfriend and Xiao-Na's clothes stained with blood. In the morning, I took them to a clothing store. It's hard to imagine the feeling of shopping in this post-apocalyptic world. Just pushed open the door all broken. A few zombies immediately swarmed in from inside. I controlled them using mental link. The two sisters effortlessly killed all the zombies. Choose some nice clothes. I proceeded to change them for my girlfriend. There was no other way. After all, she is a zombie. Indeed, beautiful women look good in anything they wear." Ling Silent noticed at this moment. This girl actually picked it out herself. It seems that her sanity has recovered faster than I imagined. However, I looked at the red cheongsam she picked. Ling Silent directly opposed. When killing a zombie, wouldn't it be exposed? But it should be fine to wear a private server with it. Immediately picked out a piece of clothing for Xiao-Na. At this moment, Xiao-Na stared blankly. Ling Silent waved his hand. "It seems like you and your girlfriend both don't know how to dress. Then I can only help." Xiao-Na, who changed into new clothes, is wearing cat ears. A cute black dress really looks lovely. Ling Silent is also quite satisfied. When leaving the clothing store, a figure in the distance caught his attention. In this post-apocalyptic world, one must be cautious of everything, even the living. Ling Silent, hiding in the corner, watched the few people in front of him. Turns out it was Wang Frozen's little sister, who seemed to be looking for him. To bring back the dagger, not for chastity. She actually risked coming here. Ling Silent controls the girlfriend to jump off the building. However, the next second, Wang Frozen and several people actually turned around and ran back. Ling Silent quickly controlled his girlfriend to come back. Why does this girl know my location? I have to leave here for now. It seems she can know the direction, but cannot pinpoint the exact location. I can only hide in the internet cafe for now. Easily dealt with a few zombies. He felt that he could observe the surroundings from here. Wang Frozen still chased after. At this moment, Ling Silent smirked. Since you're so persistent, I'll give you a taste of bitterness too. Ling Silent made a move with his hand. Directly controlling the zombie, he launched an attack on Wang Frozen. The girl was surprised to see that the zombie could even use weapons. She was caught off guard before she knew it. She immediately slashed at it with a knife. Zombies, controlled by Ling Silent, are extremely agile in their movements. After dodging, they can quickly counterattack. Wang Frozen, after blocking, encountered a zombie with such great strength for the first time. Seeing the situation was not good, Red Hair immediately rushed up to help. However, it quickly became clear that the situation was unfavorable. This zombie actually skipped away on one foot. As he left, he even curled his finger, implying, "Come on, let's fight!" This really angered Wang Frozen. No wonder he is a master swordsmith. She immediately calmed down again. But she found that the man with glasses had disappeared. Wang Frozen speculated that according to his weak and incompetent nature, he should have been taken away by Ling Silent. I will immediately go upstairs to check. But Red Hair advised not to act rashly at this moment. The zombies here are too strange. Who is Wang Frozen? He is quite stubborn. She stepped heavily on it, ignoring the painful expression on Red Hair's face, and walked into the internet cafe. Ling Silent watched everything happening downstairs. So what's next? You are the only one left. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet I can control her. I and two zombie girls are being chased by someone. It's not someone else who is coming. It's Wang Frozen who is holding a watermelon knife. This girl is underestimating Ling Silent's abilities. She entered the internet cafe alone. At this moment, Ling Silent's mouth slightly raised. If there is a road to heaven, you won't take it. If there is a door to hell, you will walk right through. After Wang Frozen entered the second floor, she was drawn to the noise coming from behind a door. However, what greeted her was a powerful zombie that pushed her against the wall. She experienced a cross-species, Waldong, and was about to pick up a weapon to fight back. Unexpectedly, another one came up from behind her. Just when Wang Frozen thought she was definitely going to be eaten, the two zombies actually made her bend down. The other zombie waved its big hand, just smacking her on the buttocks. The younger sister yelled in pain. She kept saying, "No," with her mouth. After being hit hundreds of times, a chubby zombie came over and tried to kiss her with its small mouth. The sister was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Just as the zombie came closer and closer, she shouted, "No!" Wang Frozen completely passed out. It turned out that all of this was controlled by Ling Silent. This time, this girl finally suffered a bit. Come to Wang Frozen's side. Ling Silent patted her small face. The girl after waking up. Hurry and reduce the tragedy. It seems that she is too scared to think clearly. When she saw that it was Ling Silent. Where did the zombie from just now go? Ling Silent pointed to the zombie in the corner. Its death was truly brutal. When I found out that it was Ling Silent who saved me. She mumbled and said that the short knife is a gift for you. But when I reached for my lower back, I found that my machete was missing again. It turns out that Ling Silent took it again. Now the girl is getting even more stubborn. Even her own cousin started scolding as well. Ling Silent is completely angry. She raised her hand and slapped him. Ling Silent looked at her ominously. Every step she took was accompanied by sharp words. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength is everything. If it weren't for you being Xiana's cousin, I would have let the zombies tear you apart by now. You are weak while I am strong. I, Ling Silent, am not heartless. But if you bother me, I can't guarantee what I'll do to you. This statement really scared the girl. She pouted and said, "What do you want to do? I am Xiana's cousin. You cannot do that to me." Ling Silent's mouth twitched awkwardly. He turned around and said with a smile, What are you thinking about? I am not interested in women who have a chest like an airport runway. The girl became angry and gritted her teeth when she heard that. At this moment, Ling Silent suddenly remembered something. Hastily inquired how she knew his location. Under coercion, Wang Frozen directly revealed her secret. Actually, I have a special ability. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Just now, Wang Frozen actually said that she also has a special ability. In this apocalyptic world, Ling Silent thought that she was a unique existence. He did not expect that the girl in front of him was also unique. He was shocked beyond words. He then asked what her special ability was. Wang Frozen looked at him dumbfoundedly. He did not expect that the man in front of him actually believed her words. So she disclosed that she had the ability of empathy. As long as she touches an object, she can leave a mark similar to radar on it. This way, she can sense its location at any time. However, this mark cannot last for too long. When Ling Silent heard about this ability, suddenly lost interest. This is too useless. The girl felt wronged at this time. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Can you let me go now? Ling Silent closed his eyes. As soon as he raised his head, he said directly, "Please." This made Wang Frozen, who is like a tigress, angry again. But she looked at her cousin. Immediately, she obediently apologized. "Sorry, brother-in-law, I was wrong." Since you have all admitted your mistakes, Ling Silent will not pursue the matter any further. When turning to leave, Wang Frozen called out to Xian Na once again. He put a jade pendant on Xian Na. He said this was left to you by Grandpa. Ling Silent, who already harbored dissatisfaction towards Wang Frozen, got angry again. Wang Frozen got scared and quickly ran away. Ling Silent, looking at the jade pendant on Xian Na's neck, felt relieved. It seems this girl is not only after the sword. She was indeed contradictory in her heart and words when she was trying to give this thing to Xian Na. When the three of them left, Xian Na suddenly asked, "Were you trying to kill her just now?" "I sense your killing intent." This sentence left Ling Silent stunned in place. He looked at Xian Na's expression. Ling Silent said very honestly, "I did have that thought just now. But she may be your only relative, so I didn't do anything." It seems that Xian Na has regained consciousness again. However, the time is still very short. In no time, she started to have a headache again. Ling Silent reached out and held Xian Na's hand, looking at her gently. He said, "Don't overthink it. Things will get better in the future. It won't be long before you return to your previous self." Upon hearing Ling Silent's words, Xian Na became sad. She directly muttered that she didn't want to change back to her previous appearance because she and her girlfriend were of the same kind. Ling Silent looked at her girlfriend. Xian Na's hand patted his face at this moment. Only then did he realize that he often pinched Xian Na's cheeks. She must have thought it was a gesture of goodwill. Looking at Xian Na in front of him, Ling Silent touched her hand. His eyes softened once again. "In the future, when he wants to express his love to me, you can use a kiss." At this moment, the two of them kissed each other without reservation. They kissed for an hour. The two of them parted lips. And the girlfriend just looked blankly. Indeed, she looked blankly. My girlfriend is a zombie. And I can control her. In this apocalyptic world. At this moment, Ling Silent is kissing a zombie. And teach her how to respond. Xian Na looks at Ling Silent. Blushing, she says, "Now." Ling Silent shamelessly says, "You can start anytime." After kissing for a few hours, he suddenly noticed his official girlfriend staring blankly. Ling Silent turned around again. He picked up his girlfriend and started kissing her. Quite a player. But karma strikes quickly. Ling Silent suddenly realized something was wrong. Heartbeat began to accelerate. This made his body a little overloaded. Suddenly he remembered he should be the same as his girlfriend. Xiao-Na's saliva is also effective, as his heartbeat accelerated. His physical strength is also recovering. After a while, the body adapted to it. Ling Silent felt the comfort of the body. Indeed, the saliva of the zombie girl seems to be non-toxic. Instead, it has many wonderful uses. This makes this old pervert discover a new continent. Two zombie girls are embraced from left and right. At this moment, Ling Silent suddenly thought of the two people who had been taken away. Red Hair is pretty skilled. He can escape on his own. As for the man with glasses, he is quite cunning. He is also ruthless and can be very patient. There is no benefit in keeping him. In this post-apocalyptic world, Ling Silent is not merciful. He released control of that zombie. The next second, screams came from the room. He looked at his beautiful and enchanting girlfriend. Ling Silent did not think about whether he was right or wrong. Then he took out a curved knife. This is Wang Frozen's girl. Xiao-Na has her own exclusive weapon. Then give this one to the woman to try. Ling Silent tries to teach Ye Beloved knife skills. Facing the wooden door in front of him, Ye Beloved swiftly swung the curved knife. The next second, the wooden door was split into 4 pieces. Ye Beloved's learning ability is really strong. Ling Silent looked at his graceful and charming girlfriend. He became excited and stood up. Then he made a decision. Tonight, the 3 of us will sleep in the same bed. The birds in the early morning were eaten by insects. Ling Silent is still sound asleep. Suddenly feels something unusual. Eyes slowly open. But saw 2 girls kneeling in front of themselves. Let's first pay attention to this expression in their eyes. He was really scared by this. Xiao-Na said softly at this moment. I almost couldn't resist biting you just now. Ling Silent glanced at Ye Beloved again. All right. She seems the same. Luckily, the young master woke up in time. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Currently, the girlfriends are able to kiss now. This has given Ling Silent a great motivation. As long as more zombies are killed according to the current situation, they will soon return to normal adults. Ling Silent took the girls to a large supermarket. Safety first. 3 people entered through the employee entrance. The scene inside had already changed beyond recognition. Ling Silent dared not relax in any way. The individual reached the 3rd floor via the stairs. Apart from the bizarre noises, there wasn't a single zombie to be found. This made Ling Silent feel like something was off. Neither of the 2 girls had any stress response either. Could it be that there are really no mutated zombies in this mall? Ling Silent opened the last door with a question. The scene in front of him made him hold his breath. Countless zombies were concentrated on the 2nd floor. It seems he can only move quietly. His girlfriend only reacts to mutated zombies. If there is still no exit on the final level, they must leave quickly. Just then, Xiao-Na suddenly clutched her chest and said intermittently, I feel something bad. Before Ling Silent could react, Xiao-Na was taken away by something. This made Ling Silent very angry. They actually kidnapped someone right in front of him. When Ling Silent caught up in pursuit, a mother zombie is fighting with Xiao-Na. Xiao-Na has evolved by eating Jill. Kicked her away with one lift of the foot. I hurriedly controlled Ye Beloved to help. However, this zombie actually easily avoided the attack. Ling Silent was too late to be surprised. He could only analyze the situation calmly. This should only be a mutant zombie, but it is stronger than the ones encountered before. We'll steal and hide. We'll avoid danger. Ling Silent quickly controls his girlfriend, and together they launched an attack. The mother zombie at this moment is breathing heavily. Strangely, her eyes are green. Is it an advanced zombie stronger than a mutated zombie? The next second, a sudden mutation occurred. The mother zombie charged over at an extremely fast speed, facing Xiao-Na's long knife. She can easily resist. Ling Silent wants to try mental control, but the host zombie actually sensed it and tore it apart barehanded. This time, it came rushing towards Ling Silent's direction. The speed was so fast that Ling Silent couldn't react in time and was heavily smashed to the ground. In order to prevent Ling Silent from counterattacking, this mother zombie actually wanted to directly tear off his arm, accompanied by pain. Ling Silent quickly controlled his girlfriend to counterattack. With 2 slashes, the arm of the maternal zombie was severed. At this moment, the maternal zombie let out a piercing scream. Kicked Ling Silent away with one leg. Xiao-Na closely followed with a long knife. This powerful zombie was finally killed. He took out the gel at the back of his head. Ling Silent organization quickly escaped. However, a large number of zombies are charging towards them. Is there no escape this time? My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her to restore both girlfriends to human form. We come to the mall to kill mutated zombies. But a mutation occurred. This time we encountered an even stronger entity than mutated zombies. I finally killed her while I was injured. But now there are large numbers of zombies outside the door. I hurriedly jumped from the 3rd floor with my girlfriend. After returning home, Ling Silent asked his girlfriend Ye Beloved to help him bind the bandage. In this terrifying apocalypse, what advanced zombies are there in the end? Then turned to look at Xiao-Na. We must hurry to upgrade both of them after dealing with the wounds. Ling Silent took out the gel. This time it was unexpectedly blue. Curious Ling Silent immediately took a sniff. Suddenly pale with fright, he actually smelled a fragrance. The previous gels were clearly very fishy. This gel seems to exude temptation. It makes Ling Silent want to swallow it. He quickly shook his head to keep himself sober. He turned to look at his girlfriend. Could it be that their subconscious influence affected me? Ling Silent didn't think much. He directly split the gel in half. At this time, Xiao-Na actually muttered, saying, "This gel is too pure." Immediately, she unexpectedly fed Ye Beloved first. Then she ate it herself. The next scene is about to begin upgrading. Her face blushed. Her mouth twitched. Then she went crazy. This time the process is correct. Ling Silent can also feel the power of gel because of the mental connection. He obviously can't take it anymore. He can only tough it out. 3 days later, Ling Silent finally helped his girlfriend evolve successfully. At this moment, he is on the balcony investigating nearby zombies. At this moment, Xiao-Na spoke. I seem to have remembered something. Ling Silent quickly turned around. Could it be that memories have returned? The next second, Xiao-Na pointed her small finger and loudly said, "I remember you flirted with me." This made Ling Silent extremely embarrassed. In this apocalyptic world, I've worked tirelessly to help you. At the very least, I also offered my body to you. Before Ling Silent could react, Xiao-Na continued to mutter softly, "This should be the harassment of you humans, right?" Ling Silent looked at the girl in front of him. In this apocalyptic world, you have sacrificed too much for your companions. No matter whether you have memories, I will be with you in the future. Xiao-Na seems to have figured something out. She murmured softly, "I like the feeling right now." Ling Silent smiled and nodded. Then he put on a handsome cloak. University City. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Ling Silent went to the University City with 2 zombie girlfriends. He controlled one zombie to go explore the situation in order to ensure his own safety. The once bustling streets had become unbearable due to the arrival of the apocalypse. After watching the zombie walk for a while, Ling Silent then began to continue on the journey. At this time, there were corpses everywhere on the stone platform ahead. Ling Silent quickly covered his mouth and nose. But this action aroused Xiao-Na's curiosity. She pouted again. "Don't you like this taste?" "But I really like it." This makes Ling Silent very difficult to explain clearly. Xiao-Na seems to have thought of something again. Continue to speak softly. "If you don't like it, I can pretend not to like it too. Because in my memory, as a female, doing this will make you very happy. Ling Silent slapped his head. Oh my god! What did you used to have in your head? Ling Silent started to explain seriously immediately. You can't use the word female. You are a girl. Not correct. It should be female zombie. You like the taste, which is very normal. Looking at Xiao-Na's silly expression, Ling Silent became gentle again. I won't dislike you no matter what you are. This made Xiao-Na very happy. She quickly asked, Can I bite you sometimes? Ling Silent turned his head and pointed ahead. Look, there's a plane in front. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The link controlled by Ling Silent to the zombie had been severed. There must be something ahead that had dealt with it. There must be something ahead that had dealt with him. 3 people arrived at a bar. They looked at the fallen zombie. Gel was not devoured. That means it was not done by the zombie. But at this point, his girlfriend Ye Beloved sensed that something was wrong. This made Ling Silent become alert again. He directly used mental link to control a zombie. He used himself as bait to scout ahead. They could then ambush from behind. This zombie is quite ugly. However, its coordination of legs and feet is quite agile. It kicks off the big door in front of its eyes, making such a big commotion, but there was no response from inside. Could it be that it's not a mutated zombie? Ling Silent glanced at Ye Beloved with an expression. Obviously, they sensed something. Ling Silent can only control zombies for destruction. Just as Ling Silent was curious, Zombie was unexpectedly ambushed again. It turns out it was done by humans. A green-haired young boy in front of me finishes clearing the zombies. Begins to shout for Ling Silent to come out. Looking at the young boy in front of me, Ling Silent intended to say hello. But the green-haired directly launched an attack and threw out something red. Ling Silent reacted quickly and chopped it away directly, but found out that they fell for this kid's trick. It turned out to be chili powder. Ling Silent's cough is not light. Green hair completely did not give Ling Silent a chance to catch his breath. He was about to draw his weapon directly to attack, only to hear the weapon being knocked down. It turned out that Xiao-Na made a move. Is this young man in front an enemy or a friend? My girlfriend is a zombie, and yet I can control her. Just a moment ago, Ling Silent was almost ambushed by someone. Luckily Xiao-Na intervened in time. She directly kicked the green-haired guy flying to the ground. He was just about to fight back, but Xiao-Na unexpectedly wielded a long knife. The zombie girl has tremendous strength. She lifted it up just like carrying a little chicken. Before the green-haired person could react, she slapped him a few times directly. At this time, Ling Silent noticed the weapons on the ground. He just used it. The smell on it should be zombie's blood. Fortunately, the evasion was timely. Otherwise, he would have been infected with just a prick. Lu Mao's face is swollen at the moment. It shows how ruthless Xiao-Na can be. Ling Silent stepped forward to ask why he was being attacked. The green-haired one explained that it was a misunderstanding. However, when Ling Silent took out that weapon, the green-haired one clearly panicked. Ling Silent approached him and said coldly, "You're trying to distract us. Are you saying there are other people here?" However, Green Hair still refuses to admit it. Since you don't admit it, I will take you to find out. Green Hair was patted on the shoulder by someone. Looked up at the girl in front of him. What a beautiful appearance. In the next second, he took a closer look at the reversal. This made Green-haired puzzled. Who is this man after all? Why are 2 girls so powerful? Ling Silent is very good at observing people's emotions. Every time passing a door, he will glance at Green Hair. When he reached the last door, Green Hair was obviously nervous. Ling Silent opened it with one kick. Various boxes were placed in this room. Ling Silent walked directly to the refrigerator and slowly opened it. However, just as it opened, inside, there was a girl holding a short knife stabbing towards him. Because he was unprepared. In this dangerous situation, Ling Silent attempted to use a mental chain, fortunately, delaying by 1 second. This allowed him, who was agile, to jump back in time to avoid it. Ling Silent also pulled out a short knife, preparing for battle. At this time, a girl walked out from inside. She coughed while asking Ling Silent to let the person go. Ling Silent looked at the woman in front of him, although she looked sickly. But she was very quick. If it weren't for using psychic power just now, I couldn't have dodged that blow. Luckily, this psychic power can actually influence humans. Although the time was short, the girl still let him go. Ling Silent doesn't care about those. Her attitude remains firm. The girl launched another attack at this time. The speed of this attack. It's too slow, isn't it? However, the next second, the dagger was in front of him. Ling Silent quickly used his mental power to control it, causing the girl's knife to be crooked. Due to the inertia of her body, the girl fell directly to the ground. Ling Silent looked at the girl. He seemed to have guessed something. This girl should be an ability user. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can manipulate her. In the end-of-the-world world, zombies are everywhere. And humans have also developed the ability user. Ling Silent's special ability is to control zombies, such as 2 stunningly beautiful zombie girlfriends. The current strength of this girl. Let Ling Silent notice her for sure. She is also an ability user. The girl just stood up. Ling Silent quickly flew over. She surrounded her with a mental chain. This made stubby green hair panic. He angrily cursed at Ling Silent. At this moment, Ling Silent took out a dagger stained with zombie blood. Approaching the girl's face slowly, he said coldly, "I have something to ask you." Upon hearing this, LV Mao became anxious. However, the girl started to comfort him. "Didn't you see him with 2 beautiful women? He's not interested in me." Shortly after, she started coughing violently again. Ling Silent did not make things difficult for her, watching her weak body. He just slowly approached and asked, "You are an ability user, aren't you?" This question immediately stunned the girl. Then she also reacted. "Just now, I thought I was seeing things." "It should also be influenced by your special ability. So you are an ability user too, right?" Ling Silent just looked on coldly. The girl continued, "Green hair is very reckless. He may be a bit extreme in his actions, but it's all for my own good." Ling Silent doesn't care about those things. He is only interested in this girl's special ability now. The girl is also very interesting and introduced her special ability called Bullet Time. Can last for a short period of time to enhance her own reaction and speed. Just like the outside world's time has slowed down. Ling Silent listened attentively. This skill is so powerful. Fighting others in slow motion. Isn't that just being able to beat up anyone at will? Ling Silent smiled and said, "You're quite straightforward." The girl responded calmly, "Anyway, you are an ability user, so there's nothing wrong with me telling you. And we are all captives. Can we still say no?" The girl in front of me is indeed very clever. Take a look at this green-haired guy. He has a naturally short lifespan of only 3 episodes. Shortly after, Ling Silent observed the environment. Sitting on the bed, she began to demand compensation. This made the girl agitated. She hurriedly said, "Didn't you already beat him up?" Ling Silent hadn't even had a chance to respond. The girl suddenly asked, "Your girlfriend seems to be from the same school as me." "She is a school beauty, he beloved, right?" Ling Silent was speechless when he heard this. Is she trying to start a relationship? Turns out this girl and green-haired are both alumni. Green-haired is so neurotic for a reason. It's because after escaping from the university town, they encountered other survivors with ill intentions. This made Ling Silent understand as well. After all, this is the apocalypse. People's hearts are kind or evil. No one knows. Ling Silent then said that she would go to the university city immediately. Since you understand the situation there, as compensation, just tell me about it. The girl, upon hearing these words, hurriedly tried to persuade them. There are now zombies there. It's certain death to go in. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Zombie Xiao-Na actually remembers beer. Her eyes have been fixed on the bottle cap. The next second, she bit her small mouth. She hugged the beer and started drinking it in big gulps. Drinking half a bottle in one gulp, she turned around and asked, "Ye beloved?" Ling Silent quickly reached out to stop her. One left. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. I and two zombie girls are being chased by someone. It's not someone else who is coming. It's Wang Frozen who is holding a watermelon knife. This girl is underestimating Ling Silent's abilities. She entered the internet cafe alone. At this moment, Ling Silent's mouth slightly raised. If there is a road to heaven, you won't take it. If there is a door to hell, you will walk right through. After Wang Frozen entered the second floor, she was drawn to the noise coming from behind a door. However, what greeted her was a powerful zombie that pushed her against the wall. She experienced a cross-species, Waldong, and was about to pick up a weapon to fight back. Unexpectedly, another one came up from behind her. Just when Wang Frozen thought she was definitely going to be eaten, the two zombies actually made her bend down. The other zombie waved its big hand, just smacking her on the buttocks. The younger sister yelled in pain. She kept saying, "No," with her mouth. After being hit hundreds of times, a chubby zombie came over and tried to kiss her with its small mouth. The sister was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Just as the zombie came closer and closer, she shouted, "No!" Wang Frozen completely passed out. It turned out that all of this was controlled by Ling Silent. This time, this girl finally suffered a bit. Come to Wang Frozen's side. Ling Silent patted her small face. The girl after waking up. Hurry and reduce the tragedy. It seems that she is too scared to think clearly. When she saw that it was Ling Silent. Where did the zombie from just now go? Ling Silent pointed to the zombie in the corner. Its death was truly brutal. When I found out that it was Ling Silent who saved me. She mumbled and said that the short knife is a gift for you. But when I reached for my lower back, I found that my machete was missing again. It turns out that Ling Silent took it again. Now the girl is getting even more stubborn. Even her own cousin started scolding as well. Ling Silent is completely angry. She raised her hand and slapped him. Ling Silent looked at her ominously. Every step she took was accompanied by sharp words. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength is everything. If it weren't for you being Xiao-Na's cousin, I would have let the zombies tear you apart by now. You are weak while I am strong. I, Ling Silent, am not heartless. But if you bother me, I can't guarantee what I'll do to you. This statement really scared the girl. She pouted and said, "What do you want to do? I am Xiao-Na's cousin. You cannot do that to me." Ling Silent's mouth twitched awkwardly. He turned around and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? I am not interested in women who have a chest like an airport runway." The girl became angry and gritted her teeth when she heard that. At this moment, Ling Silent suddenly remembered something. Hastily inquired how she knew his location. Under coercion, Wang Frozen directly revealed her secret. "Actually, I have a special ability. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her." Just now, Wang Frozen actually said that she also has a special ability. In this apocalyptic world, Ling Silent thought that she was a unique existence. He did not expect that the girl in front of him was also unique. He was shocked beyond words. He then asked what her special ability was. Wang Frozen looked at him dumbfoundedly. He did not expect that the man in front of him actually believed her words. So she disclosed that she had the ability of empathy. As long as she touches an object, she can leave a mark similar to radar on it. This way, she can sense its location at any time. However, this mark cannot last for too long. When Ling Silent heard about this ability, suddenly lost interest. This is too useless. The girl felt wronged at this time. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Can you let me go now? Ling Silent closed his eyes. As soon as he raised his head, he said directly, please. This made Wang frozen, who is like a tigress, angry again. But she looked at her cousin. Immediately, she obediently apologized. Sorry, brother-in-law, I was wrong. Since you have all admitted your mistakes, Ling Silent will not pursue the matter any further. When turning to leave, Wang Frozen called out to Xian Na once again. He put a jade pendant on Xian Na. He said this was left to you by Grandpa. Ling Silent, who already harbored dissatisfaction towards Wang Frozen, got angry again. Wang Frozen got scared and quickly ran away. Ling Silent, looking at the jade pendant on Xian Na's neck, felt relieved. It seems this girl is not only after the sword. She was indeed contradictory in her heart and words when she was trying to give this thing to Xian Na. When the three of them left, Xian Na suddenly asked, Were you trying to kill her just now? I sense your killing intent. This sentence left Ling Silent stunned in place. He looked at Xian Na's expression. Ling Silent said very honestly, I did have that thought just now. But she may be your only relative, so I didn't do anything. It seems that Xian Na has regained consciousness again. However, the time is still very short. In no time, she started to have a headache again. Ling Silent reached out and held Xian Na's hand, looking at her gently. He said, Don't overthink it. Things will get better in the future. It won't be long before you return to your previous self. Upon hearing Ling Silent's words, Xian Na became sad. She directly muttered that she didn't want to change back to her previous appearance because she and her girlfriend were of the same kind. Ling Silent looked at her girlfriend. Xian Na's hand patted his face at this moment. Only then did he realize that he often pinched Xian Na's cheeks. She must have thought it was a gesture of goodwill. Looking at Xian Na in front of him, Ling Silent touched her hand. His eyes softened once again. In the future, when he wants to express his love to me, you can use a kiss. At this moment, the two of them kissed each other without reservation. They kissed for an hour. The two of them parted lips. And the girlfriend just looked blankly. Indeed, she looked blankly. My girlfriend is a zombie. And I can control her. In this apocalyptic world. At this moment, Ling Silent is kissing a zombie. And teach her how to respond. Xian Na looks at Ling Silent. Blushing, she says. Now. Ling Silent shamelessly says. You can start anytime. After kissing for a few hours, he suddenly noticed his official girlfriend staring blankly. Ling Silent turned around again. He picked up his girlfriend and started kissing her. Quite a player. But karma strikes quickly. Ling Silent suddenly realized something was wrong. Heartbeat began to accelerate. This made his body a little overloaded. Suddenly he remembered he should be the same as his girlfriend. Xian Na's saliva is also effective. As his heartbeat accelerated, his physical strength is also recovering. After a while, the body adapted to it. Ling Silent felt the comfort of the body. Indeed, the saliva of the zombie girl seems to be non-toxic. Instead, it has many wonderful uses. This makes this old pervert discover a new continent. Two zombie girls are embraced from left and right. At this moment, Ling Silent suddenly thought of the two people who had been taken away. Red Hair is pretty skilled. He can escape on his own. As for the man with glasses, he is quite cunning. He is also ruthless and can be very patient. There is no benefit in keeping him. In this post-apocalyptic world, Ling Silent is not merciful. He released control of that zombie. The next second, screams came from the room. He looked at his beautiful and enchanting girlfriend. Ling Silent did not think about whether he was right or wrong. Then he took out a curved knife. This is Wang Frozen's girl. Xiana has her own exclusive weapon. Then give this one to the woman to try. Ling Silent tries to teach Ye Beloved knife skills. Facing the wooden door in front of him, Ye Beloved swiftly swung the curved knife. The next second, the wooden door was split into 4 pieces. Ye Beloved's learning ability is really strong. Ling Silent looked at his graceful and charming girlfriend. He became excited and stood up. Then he made a decision. Tonight, the 3 of us will sleep in the same bed. The birds in the early morning were eaten by insects. Ling Silent is still sound asleep. Suddenly feels something unusual. Eyes slowly open. But saw 2 girls kneeling in front of themselves. Let's first pay attention to this expression in their eyes. He was really scared by this. Xiana said softly at this moment. I almost couldn't resist biting you just now. Ling Silent glanced at Ye Beloved again. All right. She seems the same. Luckily, the young master woke up in time. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Currently, the girlfriends are able to kiss now. This has given Ling Silent a great motivation. As long as more zombies are killed according to the current situation, they will soon return to normal adults. Ling Silent took the girls to a large supermarket. Safety first. 3 people entered through the employee entrance. The scene inside had already changed beyond recognition. Ling Silent dared not relax in any way. The individual reached the 3rd floor via the stairs. Apart from the bizarre noises, there wasn't a single zombie to be found. This made Ling Silent feel like something was off. Neither of the 2 girls had any stress response either. Could it be that there are really no mutated zombies in this mall? Ling Silent opened the last door with a question. The scene in front of him made him hold his breath. Countless zombies were concentrated on the 2nd floor. It seems he could only move quietly. His girlfriend only reacts to mutated zombies. If there is still no exit on the final level, they must leave quickly. Just then, Xiana suddenly clutched her chest and said intermittently, I feel something bad. Before Ling Silent could react, Xiana was taken away by something. This made Ling Silent very angry. They actually kidnapped someone right in front of him. When Ling Silent caught up in pursuit, a mother zombie is fighting with Xiana. Xiana has evolved by eating gel. Kicked her away with one lift of the foot. I hurriedly controlled Ye Beloved to help. However, this zombie actually easily avoided the attack. Ling Silent was too late to be surprised. He could only analyze the situation calmly. This should only be a mutant zombie, but it is stronger than the ones encountered before. We'll steal and hide. We'll avoid danger. Ling Silent quickly controls his girlfriend, and together they launched an attack. The mother zombie at this moment is breathing heavily. Strangely, her eyes are green. Is it an advanced zombie stronger than a mutated zombie? The next second, a sudden mutation occurred. The mother zombie charged over at an extremely fast speed, facing Xiana's long knife. She can easily resist. Ling Silent wants to try mental control, but the host zombie actually sensed it and tore it apart barehanded. This time, it came rushing towards Ling Silent's direction. The speed was so fast that Ling Silent couldn't react in time and was heavily smashed to the ground. In order to prevent Ling Silent from counterattacking, this mother zombie actually wanted to directly tear off his arm, accompanied by pain. Ling Silent quickly controlled his girlfriend to counterattack. With 2 slashes, the arm of the maternal zombie was severed. At this moment, the maternal zombie let out a piercing scream. Kicked Ling Silent away with one leg. Xiana closely followed with a long knife. This powerful zombie was finally killed. He took out the gel at the back of his head. Ling Silent organization quickly escaped. However, a large number of zombies are charging towards them. Is there no escape this time? My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. To restore both girlfriends to human form, we come to the mall to kill mutated zombies. But a mutation occurred. This time we encountered an even stronger entity than mutated zombies. I finally killed her while I was injured. But now there are large numbers of zombies outside the door. I hurriedly jumped from the 3rd floor with my girlfriend. After returning home, Ling Silent asked his girlfriend Ye Beloved to help him bind the bandage. In this terrifying apocalypse, what advanced zombies are there in the end? Then turned to look at Xiao-Na. We must hurry to upgrade both of them after dealing with the wounds. Ling Silent took out the gel. This time it was unexpectedly blue. Curious, Ling Silent immediately took a sniff. Suddenly pale with fright, he actually smelled a fragrance. The previous gels were clearly very fishy. This gel seems to exude temptation. It makes Ling Silent want to swallow it. He quickly shook his head to keep himself sober. He turned to look at his girlfriend. Could it be that their subconscious influence affected me? Ling Silent didn't think much. He directly split the gel in half. At this time, Xiao-Na actually muttered, saying, "This gel is too pure." Immediately, she unexpectedly fed Ye Beloved first. Then she ate it herself. The next scene is about to begin upgrading. Her face blushed. Her mouth twitched. Then she went crazy. This time the process is correct. Ling Silent can also feel the power of gel because of the mental connection. He obviously can't take it anymore. He can only tough it out. 3 days later, Ling Silent finally helped his girlfriend evolve successfully. At this moment, he is on the balcony investigating nearby zombies. At this moment, Xiao-Na spoke. I seem to have remembered something. Ling Silent quickly turned around. Could it be that memories have returned? The next second, Xiao-Na pointed her small finger and loudly said, "I remember you flirted with me." This made Ling Silent extremely embarrassed. In this apocalyptic world, I've worked tirelessly to help you. At the very least, I also offered my body to you. Before Ling Silent could react, Xiao-Na continued to mutter softly, "This should be the harassment of you humans, right?" Ling Silent looked at the girl in front of him. In this apocalyptic world, you have sacrificed too much for your companions. No matter whether you have memories, I will be with you in the future. Xiao-Na seems to have figured something out. She murmured softly, "I like the feeling right now." Ling Silent smiled and nodded. Then he put on a handsome cloak. University City. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Ling Silent went to the University City with 2 zombie girlfriends. He controlled one zombie to go explore the situation in order to ensure his own safety. The once bustling streets had become unbearable due to the arrival of the apocalypse. After watching the zombie walk for a while, Ling Silent then began to continue on the journey. At this time, there were corpses everywhere on the stone platform ahead. Ling Silent quickly covered his mouth and nose. But this action aroused Xiao-Na's curiosity. She pouted again. "Don't you like this taste?" "But I really like it." This makes Ling Silent very difficult to explain clearly. Xiao-Na seems to have thought of something again. Continue to speak softly. "If you don't like it, I can pretend not to like it too. Because in my memory, as a female, doing this will make you very happy." Ling Silent slapped his head. "Oh my God! What did you used to have in your head?" Ling Silent started to explain seriously immediately. "You can't use the word female. You are a girl." "Not correct. It should be female zombie." "You like the taste, which is very normal." Looking at Xiao-Na's silly expression, Ling Silent became gentle again. "I won't dislike you no matter what you are." This made Xiao-Na very happy. She quickly asked, "Can I bite you sometimes?" Ling Silent turned his head and pointed ahead. "Look, there's a plane in front." Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The link controlled by Ling Silent to the zombie had been severed. There must be something ahead that had dealt with it. There must be something ahead that had dealt with him. 3 people arrived at a bar. They looked at the fallen zombie. Gel was not devoured. That means it was not done by the zombie. But at this point, his girlfriend Beloved sensed that something was wrong. This made Ling Silent become alert again. He directly used mental link to control a zombie. He used himself as bait to scout ahead. They could then ambush from behind. This zombie is quite ugly. However, its coordination of legs and feet is quite agile. It kicks off the big door in front of its eyes, making such a big commotion, but there was no response from inside. Could it be that it's not a mutated zombie? Ling Silent glanced at Beloved with an expression. Obviously, they sensed something. Ling Silent can only control zombies for destruction. Just as Ling Silent was curious, Zombie was unexpectedly ambushed again. It turns out it was done by humans. A green-haired young boy in front of me finishes clearing the zombies. Begins to shout for Ling Silent to come out. Looking at the young boy in front of me, Ling Silent intended to say hello. But the green-haired directly launched an attack and threw out something red. Ling Silent reacted quickly and chopped it away directly, but found out that they fell for this kid's trick. It turned out to be chili powder. Ling Silent's cough is not light. Green hair completely did not give Ling Silent a chance to catch his breath. He was about to draw his weapon directly to attack, only to hear the weapon being knocked down. It turned out that S1-Manhwa made a move. Is this young man in front an enemy or a friend? My girlfriend is a zombie, and yet I can control her. Just a moment ago, Ling Silent was almost ambushed by someone. Luckily S1-Manhwa intervened in time. She directly kicked the green-haired guy flying to the ground. He was just about to fight back, but S1-Manhwa unexpectedly wielded a long knife. The zombie girl has tremendous strength. She lifted it up just like carrying a little chicken. Before the green-haired person could react, she slapped him a few times directly. At this time, Ling Silent noticed the weapons on the ground. He just used it. The smell on it should be zombie's blood. Fortunately, the evasion was timely. Otherwise, he would have been infected with just a prick. Lu Mao's face is swollen at the moment. It shows how ruthless S1-Manhwa can be. Ling Silent stepped forward to ask why he was being attacked. The green-haired one explained that it was a misunderstanding. However, when Ling Silent took out that weapon, the green-haired one clearly panicked. Ling Silent approached him and said coldly, "You're trying to distract us. Are you saying there are other people here?" However, Green Hair still refuses to admit it. "Since you don't admit it, I will take you to find out." Green Hair was patted on the shoulder by someone. Looked up at the girl in front of him. What a beautiful appearance. In the next second, he took a closer look at the reversal. This made Green-haired puzzled. Who is this man after all? Why are two girls so powerful? Ling Silent is very good at observing people's emotions. Every time passing a door, he will glance at Green Hair. When he reached the last door, Green Hair was obviously nervous. Ling Silent opened it with one kick. Various boxes were placed in this room. Ling Silent walked directly to the refrigerator and slowly opened it. However, just as it opened, inside, there was a girl holding a short knife stabbing towards him. Because he was unprepared in this dangerous situation, Ling Silent attempted to use a mental chain, fortunately delaying by 1 second. This allowed him, who was agile, to jump back in time to avoid it. Ling Silent also pulled out a short knife, preparing for battle. At this time, a girl walked out from inside. She coughed while asking Ling Silent to let the person go. Ling Silent looked at the woman in front of him, although she looked sickly. But she was very quick. If it weren't for using psychic power just now, I couldn't have dodged that blow. Luckily, this psychic power can actually influence humans. Although the time was short, the girl still let him go. Ling Silent doesn't care about those. Her attitude remains firm. The girl launched another attack at this time. The speed of this attack. It's too slow, isn't it? However, the next second, the dagger was in front of him. Ling Silent quickly used his mental power to control it, causing the girl's knife to be crooked. Due to the inertia of her body, the girl fell directly to the ground. Ling Silent looked at the girl. He seemed to have guessed something. This girl should be an ability user. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can manipulate her. In the end-of-the-world world, zombies are everywhere. And humans have also developed the ability user. Ling Silent's special ability is to control zombies, such as 2 stunningly beautiful zombie girlfriends. The current strength of this girl. Let Ling Silent notice her for sure. She is also an ability user. The girl just stood up. Ling Silent quickly flew over. She surrounded her with a mental chain. This made stubby green hair panic. He angrily cursed at Ling Silent. At this moment, Ling Silent took out a dagger stained with zombie blood. Approaching the girl's face slowly, he said coldly, "I have something to ask you." Upon hearing this, LV Mao became anxious. However, the girl started to comfort him. "Didn't you see him with 2 beautiful women? He's not interested in me." Shortly after, she started coughing violently again. Ling Silent did not make things difficult for her, watching her weak body. He just slowly approached and asked, "You are an ability user, aren't you?" This question immediately stunned the girl. Then she also reacted. "Just now, I thought I was seeing things." "It should also be influenced by your special ability. So you are an ability user too, right?" Ling Silent just looked on coldly. The girl continued, "Green hair is very reckless. He may be a bit extreme in his actions, but it's all for my own good." Ling Silent doesn't care about those things. He is only interested in this girl's special ability now. The girl is also very interesting and introduced her special ability called Bullet Time. Can last for a short period of time. To enhance her own reaction and speed. Just like the outside world's time has slowed down. Ling Silent listened attentively. This skill is so powerful. Fighting others in slow motion. Isn't that just being able to beat up anyone at will? Ling Silent smiled and said, "You're quite straightforward." The girl responded calmly, "Anyway, you are an ability user, so there's nothing wrong with me telling you. And we are all captives. Can we still say no?" The girl in front of me is indeed very clever. Take a look at this green-haired guy. He has a naturally short lifespan of only 3 episodes. Shortly after, Ling Silent observed the environment. Sitting on the bed, she began to demand compensation. This made the girl agitated. She hurriedly said, "Didn't you already beat him up?" Ling Silent hadn't even had a chance to respond. The girl suddenly asked, "Your girlfriend seems to be from the same school as me. She is a school beauty, he beloved, right?" Ling Silent was speechless when he heard this. Is she trying to start a relationship? Turns out this girl and green-haired are both alumni. Green-haired is so neurotic for a reason. It's because after escaping from the university town, they encountered other survivors with ill intentions. This made Ling Silent understand as well. After all, this is the apocalypse. People's hearts are kind or evil. No one knows. Ling Silent then said that she would go to the university city immediately. "Since you understand the situation there, as compensation, just tell me about it." The girl, upon hearing these words, hurriedly tried to persuade them. There are now zombies there. It's certain death to go in. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Zombie Xia Na actually remembers beer. Her eyes have been fixed on the bottle cap. The next second, she bit her small mouth. She hugged the beer and started drinking it in big gulps. Drinking half a bottle in one gulp, she turned around and asked, "Ye beloved?" Ling Silent quickly reached out to stop her. The next second, she bit her little mouth. She just hugged the beer and drank it down in big gulps. She finished half a bottle in one gulp and then turned around to ask Ye beloved. Ling Silent hurriedly reached out to stop it. Nevertheless, it was already a step too late. Ye beloved also started drinking heartily. looking at her satisfied expression.
Ling Silent slapped his forehead. It continued, "My goddess has been tainted by secularism."
At this moment, Ling Silent just wanted to grab the beer. He found, however, that the two zombie wives' faces were slightly flushed. The breath they exhaled was very fragrant. But they were clearly drunk. Ling Silent must be quite helpless. Can zombies get drunk too? Before he could react, the two girls walked towards him groggily. Ling Silent was scared and confused. Ge hurriedly grabbed his clothes. Two zombie girls were getting closer and closer. Their expressions clearly say, "You are our appetizer." Xiana quickly bent down, opened her mouth, and about to bite his neck. Ling Silent hurriedly pushed away. "Do you want me to turn into a zombie?" Xiana pouted and said, "I won't bite you. I just want to kiss you." Ling Silent was about to retort, but Ye Beloved also lowered her head. Her small mouth was about to bite down. Ling Silent had no doubts and directly controlled the mental chain. The two girls finally returned to normal. Ling Silent speculated that it was the alcohol that woke up the instinct. Just then, Green-Haired pushed open the door and entered, asking what happened. It seems that their movements are really not small. Green-Haired looked at the two girls sitting on Ling Silent's lap. Green-Haired hurriedly closed the door and ran away. Ling Silent took a deep breath. It was good that she managed to control them in time.
Otherwise, it would have been a big problem. He then said very seriously,
"No one is allowed to drink alcohol in the future." Especially Xiana's two sisters nodded in agreement with grievances. The three of them rested for the night like this. The next morning, LV Mao knocked on the door. Xiana opened the door. The green-haired one signaled that it was time to depart. However, Xiana inexplicably found him annoying and told him to leave directly. The green-haired person was at a loss after being rebuked.
Xiana unsheathed her long knife when she saw he had no reaction.
Green-haired person ran away again. Ling Silent looked helplessly. "I just asked you to drive him away, not scare him," Xiana said coldly. "He ruined my good intentions yesterday." This sentence immediately shut Ling Silent up. Next, they let the green hair lead the way. Everyone's destination is University City. Dayu looked at the man in front of her. She was very curious. To be able to have two such outstanding girls by his side. How terrifying must his strength be? The crowd walked on the road. Ling Silent began to inquire about the situation at school, as well as the distribution of zombies. Dayu also cooperated by sharing what she knew. "You need to climb over the wall to get there. Then the densest zombies are in the dormitory area." Just as the words fell, a zombie appeared at the intersection ahead. Dayu quickly warned everyone to be careful. However, Ling Silent raised his hand and said faintly, "Give me death." The next second, the two zombie girlfriends rushed out. They easily killed the zombie in front of them. The speed shocked both LV Mao and Dayu. The girl is not stupid either. A team like this can completely dominate in the end times. Her gaze towards Ling Silent has also become appreciative. Ling Silent secretly looks at the girl. Looks like this fish is about to take the bait. My girlfriend is a zombie. And I can control her. Ling Silent and a few others have just entered the university town. Zombies surrounded them from all sides. Ling Silent led his two zombie wives to fight back handsomely. Green Hair could only reluctantly kill the zombies in front of him. He turned his head to look at Ling Silent and the others. He found Ling Silent easily wiping out the zombies. He couldn't stand Ling Silent from the beginning, which made the green-haired feel resentful. He felt that the reason why Ling Silent was so powerful was all because of those few wives. Just at this moment, a chubby zombie attacked from behind. Luckily, Dayu acted in time and comforted Green Hair. "Don't be distracted during the battle. Don't be jealous of Ling Silent after all, she is an ability user." Green Hair, who was already upset in his heart. Every look he directed at Ling Silent was filled with resentment. After killing the zombie in front of him, Ling Silent once again asked about the road ahead. The girl said that there are many zombies near the school hospital, but it was already late. Then she drew a map on the ground. The school's taekwondo gym is the best place to rest. Departing again tomorrow. Ling Silent is increasingly appreciating this woman. Her mind can analyze calmly at any time. Next, the girl said, "There are 2 roads leading there. The left one is a bit farther but safer. There is a monster in the garden on the right that is more powerful than a regular zombie." Ling Silent became interested immediately. He chose to go right directly. After all, having 2 wives is a huge burden for Jill. Ling Silent saw through Green Hair's scheming. Then he said coldly, "You can wait for me here. I'll come back after I kill the mutant zombie." Green Hair was retorted by this sentence. Dayu, on the other hand, very cooperatively said she was willing to go together. This made Green Hair even more anxious. He said loudly, "Those are mutated zombies. Are you going to follow them and seek death?" And Dayu is a smart person. She knows the strength of this man. She also knows the current physical condition. The green-haired man tried to persuade her, but couldn't persuade her. She could only follow obediently. Several people arrived at the garden. Ling Silent stopped in his tracks, because he sensed his girlfriend's reaction. Ling Silent looked ahead coldly and said, "Be careful, both of you. He's here." Everyone, prepare for battle. The next second, a big foot landed. Everyone looked at the shattered floor tiles. A huge creature appeared in front of everyone. This mother zombie had a head that was at least 2 meters tall. It was also holding a French fry in its arms. At this moment, Dayu hurriedly shouted, "Be careful! This mother zombie. I don't know why she always goes for the handsome guys." Ling Silent turned around with a strange expression on his face. The zombie stared at Ling Silent, and then glanced at the fries he was holding. It seemed to be making a precise comparison. Shortly after, the fries were flung away and abandoned. The next second, she opened her huge blood-filled mouth. Her small eyes turned red. This big tongue clearly wants to eat Ling Silent. My girlfriend is a zombie, but I can control her. Ling Silent is actually being pursued by a mother zombie for love. The massive creature in front of me is full of affection in its eyes. This gives the green hair an opportunity. Hastily mocking Ling Silent. Harem +1. Congratulations to you. Ling Silent couldn't be bothered to respond. But these words were heard by 2 zombie girls. One of them stepped forward and stomped down with a foot. This made the green-haired one with a sharp tongue scream in pain. At this moment, the 2 girls turned to Ling Silent with a terrified expression. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. The 2 girls had puffed up cheeks. But Xiana said, "No cheating allowed." Upon hearing this, Ling Silent was speechless. "I didn't do anything wrong." Dayu's younger sister was also upset. She quickly shouted, "Stop talking about love! That guy is coming over!" Just then, the mother zombie landed on the ground and started running. Eyes turned blood red. Tongue swinging left and right, flying around. The whole body rushed forward like a tank. The 2 girls turned their heads sharply, their eyes sharp and murderous. They each slapped a person and came over. This motherly zombie. Its whole body flew out like a spinning top. This stunned the 3 spectators beside it. That zombie smashed fiercely into the ground. The 2 girls struck a handsome pose. This is women's sovereignty. After dealing with this mother zombie, Ling Silent controlled Xia Na to secretly take out the Jill. Several people continued on their journey. Green Hair looked at the strength of Ling Silent and the others. This time, he finally admired them. After all, it was a mutated zombie that they dealt with so effortlessly. They are already not to be underestimated in this post-apocalyptic world. Everyone walked for a long time and finally arrived at the Taekwondo gym. After entering the lobby, Dayu pointed to a classroom on the 2nd floor. the best place for escape and observation. Ling Silent had no doubt. Instead, he asked while walking up the stairs, "Why do you know this place so well?" The girl responded very cleverly as well. "Because she is a girl. And she is a smart patient. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you don't investigate carefully, death will come sooner." A few words made Ling Silent admire her very much. When a few people arrived on the second floor, Ling Silent found that there was a sound inside. Before he could react, the door opened. It was a middle-aged man with glasses. Perhaps he recognized that they were human, so he let down his guard. He quietly asked Ling Silent which department he was from. At this time, Lu Mao walked out, and the two of them started chatting. The middle-aged man turned out to be a teacher. He brought a group of students to hide here. Lu Mao looked at his former classmates. Several people suddenly started chatting lively. Dayu asked tactfully if they should go inside. Ling Silent understood deeply. These people in front of us are absolutely not to be messed with. This is the apocalypse. Without food and weapons, human life is worthless. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her. Ling Silent and a few others were looking for a place to rest. He discovered that there were actually survivors here. But the green-haired one started boasting, saying we just came back from the red light district. A few words left Ling Silent speechless. He didn't want to provoke these people in the first place. Now green-haired's words just blatantly tell them, our strength gives us the freedom to come and go as we please. At this moment, Ling Silent pushed aside green-haired and walked in. This scene was seen by Thorny, though. Ling Silent was also very straightforward. He loudly said, I'm not from your school. I'm just passing by to take care of some matters. Thorny also understood Ling Silent's words. It's okay. We are all humans. Meeting each other is fate. Then his eyes looked at Ling Silent's two girlfriends. He was analyzing the situation. The green-haired one's status shouldn't be too high. Dayu should be leading the way. And these two girls are extraordinary. Xiana is holding a long knife. She is filled with a murderous aura. She should be in a dominant position. At this moment, Ling Silent asked coldly, What are your eyes looking at? This made the impudent person stunned for a few seconds. Lu Mao stepped forward and whispered, Both of them are his girlfriends. Prickly quickly apologized and tried to get close to Ling Silent. However, Ling Silent was not buying it at all. She turned around and left with a few others. Lu Mao saw Ling Silent was about to leave. At this time, he was stopped by someone. When he turned around, it turned out to be Prickly. They followed Dayu and found another place to stay. After the rooms were assigned to the group of people, Ling Silent then took out the gel. He also settled the two sisters down and made sure they didn't cause any commotion. We mustn't let Dayu know that you two are zombies. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Xiana said loudly, Sister Yi, I'll come and feed you the medicine. Ling Silent remained silent for a while. He hurriedly said, Can you please not be so outspoken? The two sisters, upon hearing this, all looked at Ling Silent Xiana in unison and sullenly said, Then you come and feed us. Ling Silent was also speechless. But for the sake of safety, he could only step forward to help. One person for each. The two sisters opened their mouths wide, ready to swallow the gel. But at this moment, Dayu heard Ling Silent's screams of pain from inside the house. It turned out that the two sisters had bitten Ling Silent's little hand. They actually clapped and celebrated their cunning little trick. In this chaotic world, Ling Silent has such a beautiful and charming appearance. He can also be considered lucky. Dayu sighed outside the room, tired after a day's work. Surprisingly still has energy, already too tired to complain. At this time, the door was pushed open. It turned out that LV Mao had returned. Dayu is a smart person. She immediately asked if anyone had said anything wrong, looking at the flustered LV Mao. I know you feel unbalanced in your heart, but we are at a disadvantage. if it weren't for Ling Silent. The most our previous food supplies could last was about a week. I hope you don't do anything over the top. LV Mao listened to these words. He did not change his mind. He felt even more resentful towards Ling Silent, his eyes turning white. He was already breathless. She just experienced the most painful thing in her life. She was bullied by her own teacher and classmates. At this moment, 2 students were frightened. They muttered, "Kill," in their mouths. Maybe they were stimulated. The whole person was yelling and screaming. The next second, he was kicked in the head and sent flying. He turned around to look at his teacher. He was told to comfort him. He needed to go out and investigate. Inside the taekwondo gym, Ling Silent and his girlfriend were already fast asleep. But they didn't know when Green Hair arrived in front of them. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Green Hair thought to himself. Even if he couldn't kill him himself, he could still turn him into a zombie. That way, Dayu would stay by my side forever. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly saw Ling Silent's 2 girlfriends. Their skills are not weak either. Moreover, Dayu still needs to be treated. It seems that he can only try again at another opportunity. After some consideration, he put away his weapon and left. A flash of lightning illuminated the room. And Ling Silent never fell asleep. Green Hair and Thornhead are currently meeting in the corridor. The topic of their conversation is Green Hair disliking Ling Silent. And his thoughts coincided with Thornhead's without prior discussion. It is obvious that Green Hair lacks intelligence. He was tricked into revealing all the information in just a few sentences. Ling Silent and Ability User are both very strong girls. When mentioning Dayu, the girl, Green Hair just realized that Thornhead actually wants to flirt with the woman he likes. So the 2 of them began to argue. In order to ease the tension, Thornhead tried to make a joke. However, the next second, Green Hair's body was pierced by a thorn. Thornhead looked at Green Hair as he fell down. Thornhead picked up the fallen spike and smirked as he said, "Thank you. You timid person are not worthy of cooperating with me. This weapon is quite handy." Just as Thornhead was about to leave, he sensed a figure passing behind him. Thornhead hurried to check. Under the moonlight, Ling Silent stepped out and calmly said, "Honestly, your conversation is really boring and long. Fortunately, the video host did a good job with the editing, so I didn't come out too late." Seeing Ling Silent, Thornhead asked fiercely, "Have you been here the whole time?" Ling Silent calmly replied, "Greenhair's condition doesn't seem right. I've been observing him from the beginning." Thornhead also stopped pretending. Holding a dagger, he was about to go to the bridge. Fortunately, his emotions were in place. He shouted and rushed over. Ling Silent didn't waste any words either. He directly used the mental chain to bind his body. Then he struck up with an elbow hit. Ling Silent looked at the ants in front of him. He was simply playing with the hedgehog. And the hedgehog cursed, wanting to continue attacking. But every time his attack was dodged. So the hedgehog began to use provocation. He flirted with Ling Silent's girlfriend while attacking. In this apocalypse, Ling Silent's bottom line is his own girlfriend. At this moment, Ling Silent's whole person turned dark. He said coldly, "I won't let you die too quickly. This man is a beast. In the end of the world, he lets teachers and students bully a girl. His goal is to win people over." At this moment, Ling Silent looks at the man in front of her. He can't bear it any longer. After a swift flash of his body movement, the sharp iron spike fell to the ground. The arm of CI2 was cut by a short knife. The horrifying wound made CI2 unable to help but scream in pain. Ling Silent picked up the virus-infected cone. He didn't hesitate at all. He threw it away directly. The next second, the cone stabbed into Stinger's body. Everything happened too quickly. Stinger fell to the ground in pain. Ling Silent said coldly, "I told you I wouldn't let you die too quickly. This iron cone has zombies' blood on it. What do you think will happen after being pierced?" Stinger trembled all over as soon as they heard that. Ling Silent approached lightly and said, "You will become a zombie like them." This sentence directly caused Stinger to collapse. He didn't want to become a zombie and begged Ling Silent to kill him. Then he loudly asked, "I am your fellow countryman. Why are you treating me like this?" However, he was met with a sandbag-sized fist. Ling Silent looked at the flying body. Ling Silent said coldly, "So what if we are compatriots? Do you dare to covet my woman? How could your end be comfortable?" Clutching his wound, Ling Silent stared in horror at the man in front of him, who seemed like a grim reaper. Just then, Ling Silent softly said, "It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Your wound has stopped bleeding. Your skin color is also starting to change. Congratulations, you have mutated." Thornhead couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled out the iron cone from his abdomen, wanting Ling Silent to experience it as well. However, his entire body couldn't move. At this moment, he finally understood. Ling Silent's special ability can control zombies. Under the control of the spiritual chain, the spike had knelt down directly on the ground. No expression, no perception. Ling Silent looked at the damaged goods in front of him. He directly controlled it to leave. The teacher and classmates are still waiting for Prickly Head to return. The body of the girl in the distance is particularly ironic. At this time, a knocking sound was heard. When everyone opened the door, they found their backbone again. Without food or weapons, as long as they killed a few people like Ling Silent, they could survive again. Timestamp 10-2020:19. Everyone was asking if it was successful. And Ling Silent, who was controlling the Prickly Head, couldn't stand it anymore. He controlled this new zombie to ruthlessly stab the classmates in front of him. The next second, the whole classroom was filled with wailing. Ling Silent was at the door. He looked at the girl's body in the distance. He hated humanity in this doomsday. They were worthless. When the Prickly Head finished cleaning up the teacher, Ling Silent stepped forward and dealt with him thoroughly. Under the moonlight, Ling Silent felt powerless for the first time. Dayu was obviously woken up by the commotion outside. She requested, "Let me go and persuade Lu Mao. He is not a bad person. If I go out, I can help him turn over a new leaf." Upon Ling Silent's return, he coldly replied, "He's already dead." The girl stood in shock, dumbfounded in place. Ling Silent continued, "Whether you believe it or not, he was not killed by me." Dayu, the girl, remained silent. She just silently mourned. After all, that person had once protected her. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can control her. Ling Silent is leaving with 2 zombies and a girl quietly. The zombies are in a group around her. No sound can be made at the moment. Ling Silent quietly asks how far it is to the hospital. The girl also whispered that the tall building in the distance is the hospital. She actually wants to skip it. But her posture is really on point. When a few people arrived at the building, the girl said that ahead is the research building. Before the virus outbreak, many people from different professions are taking classes here. Ling Silent immediately thought there must be mutated zombies inside, and therefore settled the girl. "You and Xiao-Na rest here. He and Yi Beloved will go inside to check." Dayu's sister didn't have a chance to stop him. Xiao-Na pressed down on his shoulder. Sure enough, there were groups of zombies in the experiment building. Yi Beloved and Ling Silent are slaughtering everywhere. One controls while the other kills. In no time at all, this place was cleared out. After collecting some gel, in order to avoid Dayu's suspicion, the 2 of them quickly left. On the other hand, Xiao-Na went straight for a ground pound. Ling Silent said helplessly, "All right, let it go." He then explained to Dayu. Xiao-Na is straightforward. "Don't be mad." But the girl whispered, "It's okay. I know you're hiding something from me. At first, I had ulterior motives. I wanted to go to school with you guys. But I've been bothered by an issue for a long time. Since Yi Beloved is also from our school, how come she doesn't know the way?" Ling Silent was dumbfounded when asked by the girl. The woman in front of him is indeed very smart. It seems that he is too focused on collecting gel that he ignored the fact that Ye Beloved is a student here. But he absolutely cannot let her discover his girlfriend's secret. So Ling Silent came up with a typical plot scene in Korean dramas. Ye Beloved, she has amnesia. When Dayu heard this, she asked worriedly, "How did she lose her memory?" Ling Silent dared not look directly at the girl. He could only awkwardly say, "I have already said what needed to be said. Let's not delve into other matters." The girl also showed good understanding and simply said, "Sorry," before continuing to lead the way. However, after walking a few steps, she grimaced in pain and held her arm. Xiaona said anxiously, "There's a smell of blood. Are you injured?" She then leaned close to the girl, sniffing, continuing to mutter, "Do you get infected?" The girl hurriedly explained that she didn't. But the next second, Xiaona tore open her clothes. Bandages were wrapped around her arm. It looked like the wound was very deep. Maisie Dayu said with a grievance at the moment, "Do you know now why I insist on coming back at all costs? This is the end of days. I'm afraid that you will abandon someone who is seriously injured." However, before the girl finished speaking, Ling Silent turned around and said lightly, "Hurry up and get dressed. We need to continue on our journey." "I said I would take you to the hospital. I won't break my promise." The girl looked at the man in front of her. She felt a sense of happiness. Xia Na and Ye Beloved also helped the girl stand up. There is still a long way to go ahead. The weak girl wanted to say thank you. The next moment, she fainted. Ling Silent shouted anxiously, "Oh no! The wound is getting worse." "My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can control her, because Dayu's wound is worsening." Ling Silent controls his girlfriend to start killing zombies, because only in this way can they arrive at the hospital as quickly as possible. Ling Silent finally arrived at the school with his younger sister in his arms. But the current situation at the hospital is extremely dangerous. Ling Silent did not hesitate and took action immediately. He quickly found a ward to settle the girl. He instructed his two girlfriends to guard the door. Then he sat on the bed and took off the girl's jacket. Dayu asked shyly, "Have you had surgery?" Ling Silent jokingly replied, "No, but I have sewn socks before." Even the fragile girl's eyes widened upon hearing this, just as the girl was confused. He is well versed in applying medicine and simple suturing. With his mental strength, there should be no major issues. The girl blushed and muttered in a small voice, "Are you joking?" But at this moment, Ling Silent couldn't be more serious. The girl had no choice but to do it to save her life. She could only trust the man in front of her. As she lay down, she turned her small face aside and said softly, "Please be gentle. I'm scared." These words really sounded like what a woman would say for the first time. At this point, Ling Silent had started sewing. The girl couldn't help but utter words of pain. After a long time, Ling Silent finally finished treating the wound. The girl whispered a thank you. After that, she muttered a sentence while covering the blanket. "Ling Silent, your skills are really bad." Two cuties by the door are peeking at the situation inside the room. Ling Silent slowly opened the door and said sternly, "What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to guard the door?" The two sisters said in unison, "Supervising you." Upon hearing this, Ling Silent instantly radiated a brilliant light. He slapped his chest and said loudly, "Do I look like that kind of person to you?" Ling Silent then began to make arrangements. Ye Beloved stayed behind to take care of Dayu after he settled down. This woman can endure pain for so long. He admires her greatly. And this school. When Dayu gets better, with her guidance, we can collect more. Ling Silent opened one room after another. Everywhere here, there was no medicine to be found. It's as if it had been completely ransacked. Just then, a noise came from the cabinet behind. The next second, two bloodied zombies appeared. They charged out with fierce roars. Ling Silent faced another crisis. My girlfriend is a zombie. But I can do whatever I want to them. He saved the girl Dayu. Ling Silent and Xiaona started to search for the medicine. But they searched the entire floor and found nothing. And Ling Silent encountered a problem as well. Two zombies actually tried to launch a sneak attack. Good thing Ling Silent reacted in time. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized it was humans. At this moment, the knife is held against Huang Mao's neck. He was already scared to tears, even though he is human. But in the last days, humans are the most unsafe existence. Ling Silent then began to ask them the reason for being here. Due to Ling Silent's coercion and temptation. Hey Mao can only speak the truth. They are all students here, coming here to search for supplies. The reason they want to deal with Ling Silent is that both humans and zombies pose a threat to them. Ling Silent looked at the expressions of the two people and knew that they were probably not lying. He then put away his own dagger. Ling Silent said lightly, "It seems like you two do this kind of thing often?" This was a probing question. But Hey Mao chuckled and said, "How could it be? This is just the first time we didn't do well. If we have a few more chances, I guarantee we'll get it right." This sentence truly shocked Huang Mao. Not afraid of godlike opponents, just afraid of pig-like teammates. Later on, the two of them started chatting discreetly again. The content was about not being able to figure out Ling Silent's true character. We cannot disclose to him the drugs we have collected at the moment. However, Ling Silent also suspects that the drugs are related to them. Then his mind started to inquire Xiaona if she had found any leads on the supplies. And at this moment, Xiaona was rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The gold was scattered all over the ground, but there were no medicines. This further confirms Ling Silent's conjecture. There is definitely something wrong with the two people in front of him. At this time, the two of them also wanted to leave. The man with black hair said goodbye and left. "Let's go! Big brother, it's raining. Let's go back to get our clothes. Let's go, let's go!" But Ling Silent smirked and said, "Who said you can leave? All the medicines in this hospital are in your hands, right?" The two who were mentioned slowly turned their heads, looking puzzled. They both said in unison, "We don't know anything about the medicines." Ling Silent looked helplessly at the two cuties and said, "Do I look like a bad person to you that makes you so afraid? I can exchange with you." He immediately took out instant noodles from the end of the world, accompanied by a burst of golden light all over his body. The eyes of the two were also drawn to it. At this moment, the two of them glanced at each other, then quickly shifted their gaze back. The drool at the corners of their mouths had already started to flow out. The man with black hair remained relatively calm. He said lightly, "How much are you willing to trade for? We have all sorts of medications." Ling Silent smiled and said, "So many medications. It seems like you are finding them for classmates or friends." He hadn't finished speaking yet. Huang Mao became angry and said in frustration, "Nonsense, classmates. It's all due to that despicable couple's coercion and manipulation. They locked up more than a dozen female classmates and then threatened us to go find smuggled goods. If one less person returns within 3 days, they will kill a female student. And they have also aligned with an ability user Ling Silent, looking at the two people in front of them. This doesn't seem like a joke. And there is another ability user. It seems that this matter is getting more and more interesting.
My girlfriend is a zombie.
And yet, I can let them do whatever they want. For example, I can kiss one and then kiss another." Ling Silent encountered 2 survivors. He also learned that they were being coerced by someone, who also had an ability user partner. At this moment, the black-haired man asked softly, "Big brother? Is the girl behind us your friend?" Ling Silent then noticed that Xiaona had already arrived. She was about to introduce. An accident happened unexpectedly. Just saw Xiaona's sister swing the long knife.
She was about to chop 2 people.
Ling Silent quickly used the mental chains to control the situation. It should be two people pretending to be zombies that made Xiao-Na misunderstand. These two cuties have never seen such a scene before. At this moment, they are huddled together, trembling all over. Fortunately, Ling Silent reacted quickly. The long knife swung in the wrong direction. The bookcase behind them instantly shattered. Ling Silent patted Xiao-Na's shoulder and turned his head, saying awkwardly, "She meant no harm. She might have misunderstood you for zombies. I'll take her downstairs to calm down." Then he left with Xiao-Na immediately. He also advised the two of them to quickly deal with the bloodstains on their bodies. At this time, the two looked at each other. Huamao muttered, "My." Haimao also quickly said, I know. Then he shyly said, "My pants are wet too." Huamao shouted in shock. "Brother, I'm not talking about this," Haimao said calmly. "I know too. These two are indeed stronger than that pair of dog men and women. Maybe they can help us." On the other side, Ling Silent is counseling Xiao-Na not to act impulsively in the future. "Wait for my arrangements." Xiao-Na, feeling wronged, agreed reluctantly. At this time, Dayu also woke up. She looked at the wound on her body that had already been treated. She then expressed her gratitude to Ling Silent. Ling Silent also told everyone about the two survivor story. Next, he will see if they are willing to exchange for supplies. At this time, there was a noise outside the house. Xiao-Na coldly looked at the two people. Due to the terrifying experience just now, both of them will have shadows in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Xiao-Na didn't say much. Instead, she pointed at the door to signal going in. Both of them eased their emotions. The two entered the house. Ling Silent was sitting on the bed. The two girls on the side also caught the attention of the two when looking at Ye Beloved. But he was stared back fiercely by the girl. Ling Silent didn't waste any words either. He took out his own supplies and said coldly, "Whether it's food or medicine, they are all obtained at the cost of our lives. I won't give it to you for free. But I have some questions. As long as you answer them, that's the reward." Ling Silent threw out a packet of snacks. Next up is the question about ability users. My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can do whatever I want to her. For example, I can kiss one and then kiss another. Aren't you all jealous? In this post-apocalyptic world filled with swarms of zombies, Ling Silent is accompanied by 3 wives, searching for supplies in the hospital. He learned about the existence of another ability user from the yellow hair's mouth. The two people with yellow hair disclosed some information about that ability user. Not long ago, a group of people stole their supplies. But when that ability user took action, those people were instantly killed cleanly. This statement immediately made Ling Silent alert. It seems that person is not to be underestimated. Wang Mao immediately mentioned the name of that ability user, called Wei God. This name shocked Dayu immensely. Ling Silent also noticed this abnormality. It seems that Dayu knows that guy. However, she didn't bring it up proactively. Ling Silent also didn't feel it appropriate to ask directly. After completing the transaction for medicines with Huamao, their trip to the hospital came to an end. It's nighttime. Ling Silent started again with his 2 girlfriends. In the moans of Xiao-Na and Ye Beloved, Ling Silent fed them gel. Now the situation of the 2 girlfriends has basically stabilized, and Ling Silent felt Ye Beloved's body. A qualitative change is likely to occur soon. Looking at the appearance of the 2 girlfriends, Ling Silent is increasingly determined to live on. The next day was another good weather. But there was bad news. Ling Silent came to Dayu's ward, only to find that she was missing. All he found was a letter left on the bed. Looking inside, he discovered it was a map of the school with very detailed markings made by Dayu. Ling Silent understands that girl's strong sense of competitiveness. Hope they will have the chance to meet again in the future. Immediately, Ling Silent planned to leave the place. Although there was a large group of zombies at the door, they were able to break through with the impact of the 3 of them. In just a moment, all the zombies turned into ashes. The scene made the two yellow-haired men behind them shudder. Such terrifying killing power is simply inhuman. While they were still in a daze, Dayu suddenly appeared behind them. The black-haired one turned back in shock and said, "Didn't you leave?" Dayu smiled and explained, "I just drew a map. I never said I was leaving." She has been hiding in the hospital all along, waiting for Ling Silent and the others to leave, with the intention of following the Hua gang. Hey Mao looked incredulous. That place of his is a trap. Before he could finish his sentence, her beautiful hair was instantly cut off at the waist by Dayu. The little cutie was shocked, and only then did she realize that the seemingly delicate woman in front of her was also an ability user. Dayu turned around and said lightly, "Take me to see the dog man and woman you mentioned immediately." In the Doomsday world, the four travelers for the scriptures suddenly appeared. A zombie battle is about to break out. Tang Monk was ambushed and killed by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Mukong has not had a chance to avenge him yet. He was caught in the palm of Tathagata. It happened just now. Ling Silent arrived at a theater. He thought that this is a crowded place. There must be mutated zombies. Ling Silent intended to sneak in quietly. As a result, he suddenly sneezed. He immediately made all the zombies turn around for him. Both girlfriends looked at him with great disdain. Ling Silent immediately shouted, "Wives, don't panic. Everything is within my plan." As a flurry of blades flashed by, all the turning zombies were killed by them, leaving only the four members of the team who set out to bring back the Buddhist scriptures. Ling Silent immediately controlled them to enter the theater to scout ahead. But just as Ling Silent was wiping the bloodstains for his girlfriend, one of his mental links suddenly broke. Ling Silent was shocked beyond belief, because that zombie was killed before. He was completely unaware. Then, he quickly controlled Yukon to investigate the situation over there. As he observed, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared on the second floor. The next second, the figure swiftly launched a sneak attack toward Wukong. Ling Silent controlled Wukong to dodge in time. At this moment, Ling Silent realized that something was wrong. The zombie in front unexpectedly knows how to conceal itself for a sneak attack, possessing such terrifying explosive power and speed. This is definitely an advanced zombie. Do not wait for Ling Silent to overthink. Guanyin Bodhisattva instantly appeared behind Wukong the zombie. He struck him with one hand. The zombie controlled by Ling Silent is not agile enough. With attacks at this speed, there's no way to dodge. So he took control of the remaining zombie and charged forward together. He also followed closely with his two wives. But when they were close to the stage, Xia Na and the others stood still, trembling all over. Ling Silent turned back in confusion to look. Xia Na said the atmosphere inside made him very scared. An anomaly occurred in the theater on the other side. The zombie controlled by Ling Silent was suddenly seized by a large hand. Ding Qing saw another evolved zombie. And by observing the reaction of Guanyin Bodhisattva zombie, it is obvious that this one is even stronger than her. This sudden unexpected event left Ling Silent somewhat at a loss. He is well aware of his current strength. Facing two advanced zombies will surely lead to total annihilation. But he now urgently needs the gel of the advanced zombie to restore rationality to his two girlfriends. This is his only belief in survival in this apocalypse. So even though this is a doomed situation, he still has to go. My girlfriend is a zombie. And I can do whatever I want to her. For example, I can kiss this one and then kiss another one. In this apocalypse full of zombies, Ling Silent actually encountered Guanyin Bodhisattva and Tathagata just now. These are two extremely powerful advanced zombies. He doesn't even have confidence in defeating them. But he is determined to help the two girlfriends regain their sanity. He must obtain the gel behind the zombies' heads. So Ling Silent came up with a plan in his mind. He planned to watch from the other side of the river first. Now the two zombies controlled by him have been ignited with a desire for battle. When they fight each other to a standstill, Ling Silent will make his move to kill. This way, he will be able to reap the benefits of fisherman's profit. However, the two zombies are now facing each other there without any intention to make a move. Immediately, Ling Silent realized what was happening. This battle is still lacking a fuse before it can fully begin. So he immediately controlled the zombie to poke out Tathagata's eyes. Then he patted his butt and taunted, saying, "Little Tathagata, come here." This immediately made zombie Tathagata very angry. He swung his fist to take down zombie Wukong. However, Ling Silent quickly manipulated the zombie to hide behind Guanyin Bodhisattva's zombie. The fierce punch went straight to Guanyin Bodhisattva's face. The powerful punch wind split the entire stage open. Seeing this situation, Ling Silent's mouth slightly curled up as he coldly said, "The show has begun!" Sure enough, Guanyin Bodhisattva's zombie began to attack. With her ultimate speed, she easily disabled one of Tathagata's legs. This rendered the zombie immobile. Ling Silent immediately took this into account. He manipulated the zombie to control Guanyin Bodhisattva from behind. Only the pure consciousness Tathagata immediately counterattacked. He angrily threw a punch directly injuring Guanyin Bodhisattva. The injured Guanyin Bodhisattva spat out branches from his mouth. He then poked out Tathagata's other eye. Afterwards, Guanyin Bodhisattva slowly stood up, intending to press the advantage. However, at this moment, Ling Silent clapped his hands coldly and said, "What a wonderful performance. You both have worked hard. It's my turn to perform next." In the next second, Xia Na picked up the sword and swung it towards Guanyin Bodhisattva. But it was caught by her bare hands. Ling Silent immediately controlled Ye Beloved to launch an attack swiftly. Right after, a sword light flashed by. Guanyin Bodhisattva's zombie has been completely defeated. Next, only Tathagata is left. The moment when the two girlfriends raised their weapons. The two wives aimed at Tathagata's other intact leg and slashed at it while it was roaring. Xia Na squatted on top of Ye Beloved's hands. The two wives. They cooperate cleverly. Xia Na flew behind Tathagata. Following closely, Xia Na's swordsmanship descended from the sky with a single move. She directly chopped off Tathagata's neck from behind. With the excavation by gel, the battle came to a complete end. Next, he can use this gel. Let Ye Beloved evolve completely. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can do whatever I want to them. Kiss one, then kiss another. This day Ling Silent just woke up. He actually heard his zombie girlfriend calling his name. This scared him so much that he sat up on the spot. Did Ye Beloved regain consciousness? Immediately, he excitedly asked his girlfriend to repeat it again. And the next second, Ye Beloved excitedly threw herself into his arms. She kept calling out, "Brother Ling," from her mouth. The sudden surprise filled Ling Silent's heart with happiness. In this post-apocalyptic world filled with hordes of zombies, he has experienced countless life and death crises. His only belief for survival is to restore sanity to his girlfriend, who has turned into a zombie. And now, it has finally happened. All his efforts along the way have paid off. Just when the two of them were being affectionate with each other, a cough interrupted this sweetness. It turns out that Xia Na has also awakened. Ling Silent, with a mischievous smile, said, "Sweetie, do you want to come into my arms too?" Xia Na blushed and pouted, turned her head proudly and snorted. She suddenly leaned close to Ye Beloved and said, "I not only want to throw myself into your arms, I also want the intense battle between you two last night." Upon hearing her say that, Ling Silent immediately moved his mouth. This made Xia Na quickly take 2 steps back. She stood still, feeling a bit at a loss. She originally just wanted to tease Ling Silent, but she didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. Shortly after, Ling Silent stopped joking around with her. However, he did notice Xia Na's evolution this time. The effect was quite good. Her mental state is clearly much better than before. So Ling Silent immediately asked her if she remembered anything. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Na said happily, "I remember everything now. This made Ling Silent feel relieved instantly. He cared deeply for Xia Na. She used to be someone else. The person she saved herself. Infected and turned into a zombie. At that time, she had also considered suicide. Ling Silent saved her. And it was through his unremitting efforts that she was able to recover to her current state. He watched as Xia Na bounced around energetically in front of him. Ling Silent also felt a strong sense of accomplishment in his heart. And at this moment, Xia Na suddenly reached out to her chest. This startled Ling Silent. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Immediately, Xia Na actually took out a blue gel. This relieved Ling Silent. He thought Xia Na wanted to do that in broad daylight. However, the next second, Xia Na suddenly leaned over to Ling Silent's ear and coquettishly said, "What do you think I'm going to do?" At that moment, Ye Beloved also shyly approached, lying on Ling Silent's chest and enjoying the breath. The warm breath made Ling Silent let out a groan instantly. However, just in that moment of distraction, the next second, he was unexpectedly tied up. Ye Beloved looked at Ling Silent affectionately. Xia Na, on the other hand, grinned mischievously and said, "Hee hee, let's savor your taste today. My girlfriend is a zombie. I do whatever I want to her every day. But today I received retribution." Ling Silent was just tied up by two zombie girlfriends. They have been wanting to eat Ling Silent for a long time. After a day and night of intense battle, the painful and pleasurable screams attracted a bunch of zombies. Suddenly, a rain of sword and knife flashed. All the climbing zombies were wiped out. Xia Na, with her clothes disheveled, looked impatient. These guys dared to disturb her good deeds. Just as she was about to go on a killing spree, Ling Silent, looking exhausted, stopped her. Xia Na, with a playful expression on her face, turned back and agreed. Ling Silent is completely numb now. They had such an intense battle last night. Xia Na still has the energy to kill zombies now. Doesn't her legs feel weak? This made Ling Silent doubt for a while whether Xia Na is a normal person. Then Ye Beloved asked Ling Silent where they would go next. Ling Silent planned to go to the teaching building. He is going to collect some gel for his girlfriends again. However, on the way, he encountered a large group of zombie Ling Silent and had to stop moving forward. Because along the way, they have already killed many zombies. Ling Silent's physical strength has almost reached its limit. Both girlfriends are also tired and breathing heavily. Ling Silent immediately planned to find a place to rest. According to the map markings left by Dayu, there are hardly any zombies near a nearby library. So Ling Silent brought his girlfriend here. Just as he pushed open the door, Ling Silent felt a creepy and terrifying atmosphere, which made him instantly on high alert. After inspecting the first floor and finding nothing unusual, he decided to head to the second floor. At this moment, a blonde-haired guy hiding at the doorway locked onto Ling Silent. The next second, the blonde-haired guy grabbed a weapon and attempted to attack him. However, Ling Silent's physical fitness at this moment was no longer that of an ordinary person. He easily dodged the attack with a simple sidestep. The next second, he firmly grabbed the blonde-haired guy's hand. He picked up a short knife ready to deal with this guy. Yellowhair quickly begged for mercy. This allowed Ling Silent to ease off with the short knife. He thought he was being attacked by a zombie. He never expected it was actually a human. The injured Huang Mao suffered greatly reduced pain. Turning his head, he begged for mercy from Ling Silent. Ling Silent did not waste any words with him, but demanded that he confess what was going on here. Huang Mao was already trembling with fear. Just as he was about to speak, a group of people suddenly appeared. The leader suddenly shouted, "Who are you? How dare you hurt my brother? Is it sent by Long Fei?" Ling Silent did not want to deal with these people. He pushed Huang Mao away to let him explain. Huang Mao, who was freed from the control, immediately changed his attitude. He angrily shouted, "Brothers, this guy was sent by Long Fei. Kill him!" This situation instantly darkened Ling Silent's mood. At this moment, he actually forgot that it was the end of the world. Following that, Ling Silent threw a fierce punch. Huang Mao was sent flying backwards for several hundred meters. Such terrifying power, making everyone else present feel chills down their spines. And Ling Silent raised the dagger coldly, saying, "Next! Next! My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can do whatever I want to them. I will kiss this one first, then kiss another one." Ling Silent just had a big battle with 2 zombie girlfriends. They killed numerous zombies and planned to find a place to rest. Unexpectedly, they encountered a human ambush. Ling Silent is not easy to bully. He just punched. He turned the sneak attacker, Huang Mao, into a disability with just one slap. He saw other accomplices attacking him. Ling Silent easily dealt with them with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Ling Silent was also getting angry. He stepped on the head of the thief and said coldly, "I was originally planning to rest for a while and then leave. But you are so aggressive. I am not leaving now. I want to educate you on how to behave properly." There was a sound coming from the second floor. "What's all the noise about? Disturbing me when I'm up to no good?" A chubby guy in police uniform was seen, adjusting his belt as he walked out. Clearly, he had just done something naughty. This guy seemed ready for troublemakers to show up. He roared angrily, "Which gang are you from? Why are you messing with my people?" Ling Silent responded indignantly, "You should ask them." Immediately, the chubby guy understood. His subordinates must have acted recklessly again. He was about to clear up the misunderstanding. He suddenly spotted Ye Beloved and Xian Na. Such stunning beauties are very rare in this world. The chubby guy immediately revealed a very lecherous expression. He thought about possessing these 2 beauties. Then he waved his big hand, picked up the iron pipe, and smashed it onto the railing, shouting angrily, "You guys! Come out and get things done!" As soon as the words fell, a large group of people suddenly appeared around. However, Ling Silent remained calm and composed. He just coldly uttered one sentence, "Seeking death!" But in the eyes of the chubby guy, it was considered as Ling Silent being scared. He mocked Ling Silent, calling him a coward. This made Ye Beloved standing aside suddenly furious. She planned to tear the fat guy's mouth with her hands. At this moment, Xiao Na suddenly held her back and said lightly, "Sister Yi, don't worry. These are just small fries. Let's leave it to Brother Ling." Only to see Ling Silent raise both hands. His eyes shimmered with a sinister red light. With a majestic surge of spiritual power accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, the next second, a large number of zombie roars came from behind Ling Silent. This shocked Fatty and the others. Without waiting for them to think further, a large number of zombies had already appeared by the window, all of which were controlled by Ling Silent using psychic power. A ruthless massacre followed closely. The fat man saw that the situation was not right and wanted to escape. At this moment, a spiritual force wrapped around his neck. The next second, he was thrown to the ground by Ling Silent, followed by the approach of the zombie. The fat man was devoured instantly. The completely unsurprising battle ended just like this. Ling Silent, who just finished the battle, he suddenly pinned Xiao Na beneath him. He raised his hand and struck fiercely towards her buttocks. Xiao Na was inexplicably hit. She was screaming in pain. "My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can do whatever I want to her. I'll kiss this one first, then another one." But someone has taken a liking to Ling Silent's girlfriend on this day. So Ling Silent flew into a rage. He killed that person and all his brothers in one go. Ling Silent, who had just finished the battle, he raised his big hand and smacked Xiao Na's butt. Xiao Na screamed loudly when she was hit. She quickly apologized and begged for mercy. Originally, Ling Silent was fighting just now. Xiao Na not only did not come to help, she even dragged Ye Beloved to the side to watch the show. Ling Silent also doesn't want to argue with her. Just a little education to ask her not to influence Ye Beloved negatively would be enough. When he was holding his own fiery wife immediately, she only then realized that Xiaona's figure couldn't be compared to Ye Beloved's at all. Ling Silent also took the opportunity to mockingly comment that Xiaona's was too small. Xiaona asked in confusion, "What's the use of it being so big?" Ling Silent said with a sly smile, "Getting bigger can improve a woman's sexual combat power." Xiaona listened to him say so. She immediately rushed towards Ling Silent, asking him to help her grow bigger. So they spent another intense night like this. The next day, Ling Silent explored this human outpost. At this moment she was thinking about the tough words the leader said before dying yesterday. "Wei God will not let you off." The name sounded familiar to Ling Silent at the time. It was only then that he remembered. Isn't this the one who attacked him before? Is it the name mentioned by the two brothers? Ling Silent still remembers that this guy is an ability user whose strength should not be underestimated. It seems that this stronghold is under his protection. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from behind. Ling Silent thought that there might be some fish that had escaped and not been dealt with. He quickly rushed towards the direction where the sound was coming from. He found 3 beautiful women who were bound and bruised, looking like they had been treated as tools for venting desires. Ling Silent then took out a dagger and cut off their hands. He explained that it was safe here now. The beasts who bullied you have already been taken care of. But the group of girls did not look happy. Instead, their eyes seemed vacant. It seems that they have been badly mistreated. They no longer trust anyone. At this moment, Ling Silent turned his head and suddenly noticed some food packaged separately on the side. It seems that this filthy place also has a certain order. Ling Silent decisively took a bag and stuffed it into his arms. A free lunch? Only an idiot would say no. He then said to those 3 girls, "These are all yours." They rushed up when they heard and seemed to have been hungry for days. Ling Silent looked at their appearance and felt very sympathetic. In this doomsday, when a girl is powerless, her beauty becomes a sin. Then Ling Silent no longer felt regretful. He turned around and left, planning to take the 2 wives to rest. At this time, there was a person standing on the rooftop outside. He stared at Ling Silent intently. Is this person a friend or foe? My girlfriend is a zombie. And yet, I can do whatever I want to her. I kiss this one, and then kiss another. At this moment, Ling Silent is doing something bad with 2 girlfriends. He is completely unaware that he has been targeted by someone. And that person instantly arrived at the building. It turns out this red-haired person is an ability user with teleportation abilities. He looked at the human body in front of him. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said coldly, "Interesting." He silently made his way upstairs, carefully investigating the situation. It seems this guy is also a cautious person. At this moment, he suddenly found 3 girls. It was the poor person that Ling Silent had saved before. However, Hong Mao had no sympathy at all. He covered a girl's mouth and took her to another room. He gently said in order to extract information, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Tell me about the situation here, and I'll let you go." The girl nodded without hesitation. The foreigner, cautiously, asked the girl to use her hands to communicate with him. After understanding the situation here, the foreigner really let the girl go. However, in the moment when the girl looked back, Red-Haired swiftly made a move, cutting her main artery. Watching the body fall, Red-Haired's heart was calm. To him, killing was already a familiar routine. However, the next second, Ling Silent suddenly appeared. She placed a short knife at his neck, coldly warning him not to move. At this moment, Ye Beloved also blocked off another path. Watching Ye Beloved walk away, Hong Mao was surprised and said, "Isn't this you, the school beauty? We are alumni." Just as he was thinking of getting closer, Ling Silent suddenly roared. I told you not to move! Ling Silent's strong reaction is due to feeling extremely threatened by the man in front of him. Immediately, he thought of someone. Then he said with a serious expression on his face, Are you Wei God? Hong Mao expressed his confusion, saying, You actually know me? Ling Silent didn't answer but continued to ask why he was here. Wei God, feeling confident, said he was just passing by. He even dared to question Ling Silent back. Did you kill the people here? Ling Silent looked at Wei God's sharp eyes. He did not show any sign of retreat and said coldly, How? Do you have any opinions? Wei God hurriedly smiled and chuckled, saying that he was just here to collect supplies. But now the supplies have obviously been taken by Ling Silent. Wei God also doesn't want to make an enemy out of a skilled person, so he wants to win Ling Silent over to join his base. With a look of disdain on his face, Ling Silent clearly understood the situation of the base Wei God mentioned. It's just a trick to exploit the survivors through force over there. He had seen plenty of such people outside. So Ling Silent refused his invitation without hesitation and asked him to leave his territory quickly. These words instantly made Wei God look gloomy. Then he said coldly, Since you don't appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. The next second, several golden lights flashed by. The short blade of Ling Silent was instantly knocked away. At the same time, Wei God appeared behind him. He picked up the sharp blade and was about to cut his neck. And at this moment, Ling Silent was completely unprepared. Is he going to die in regret at this moment? My girlfriend is a zombie. But she wants to have a little zombie with me. There are several girlfriends like this. Just now, Xia Na asked Ling Silent to take off his clothes. Ling Silent thought they were going to start a game of zombie again. But Xia Na said she wanted to check his injuries, which disappointed Ling Silent. Meanwhile, Ye Beloved, who was standing beside them, looked at his wound with a heart full of pain. Immediately, Ye Beloved hugged Ling Silent tightly from behind. She, who was pure in intent, tried to use her own body to alleviate Ling Silent's pain. The effect was immediate. Ling Silent blushed instantly and sank into it. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly turned around and questioned Ye Beloved. Who taught you these things? But Ye Beloved felt embarrassed and said, Xia Na told me not to tell you. Ling Silent looked back at the smug Xia Na with resentment in his heart. He then roared, Ye Beloved just regained consciousness. Don't corrupt her. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Xia Na's cherry lips kissed his fingers. She even stuck out her tongue to clean the bloodstains on his fingers. Following, she very shyly said, Sorry, it's just amazing. This scene immediately made Ling Silent shudder, quickly taking his fingers out of Xia Na's mouth. But Xia Na had an unwilling expression on her face. Ling Silent ignored her. He put on his clothes and prepared to leave. At this moment, Ye Beloved suddenly asked Xia Na how she felt. Xia Na replied with a mischievous smile. I still have some flavor here. Do you want to come and taste it? After saying that, she also opened her mouth to lure the pure Ye Beloved. Where could Ye Beloved resist this temptation? Just as she was about to taste it, Ling Silent suddenly appeared to stop this behavior. He was about to reprimand Xia Na immediately. And at this moment, a miserable scream suddenly came from the second floor. Ling Silent had no time to scold Xia Na. He hurriedly went to check. The three unfortunate sisters actually discovered the death of Green Hair. Ling Silent explained that it was Wei God who killed him. He then squatted down and questioned the sister with glasses, asking her, Do you know where Wei God's lair is? The sister with glasses also knew that Ling Silent was not a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved them in the first place. So she told Ling Silent everything she knew. After he learned that Wei God's lair was in the swimming pool, Ling Silent's eyes immediately turned dark and sharp. He knew well the terrifying power of Wei God. Today, it was finally hard-won to have his arms severed. We must seize this opportunity to directly finish him off. Just in case the night is long and dreams are plenty, he immediately controlled all the zombies downstairs to head towards the swimming pool. Then, he called his 2 girlfriends to prepare to leave. At this moment, the bespectacled girl suddenly hugged him. She begged Ling Silent to take them away. They were very clear that if they stayed here alone, they would die early. So they said very charmingly, "As long as you take us away, we can do anything. My girlfriend is a zombie, and I can do whatever I want to her. Kiss this one, then kiss another. Every day we fight zombies. And then we cuddle under the big blanket together." Just now, Wei God tried to sneak attack Ling Silent. He was easily dodged by Ling Silent. And Ling Silent took the opportunity to scratch his little face. This made Wei God immediately furious with shame. He actually rushed towards Ye Beloved in a few teleports. He was thinking of using a hostage to threaten Ling Silent. However, a flash of sword light. Wei God was almost scared to urinate on the spot, because Ye Beloved actually used 2 fingers to catch his sharp claw knife. And she still had a silly and cute expression on her face. Ling Silent quickly picked up the broadsword and thrust it forward. Wei God teleported away in an instant to dodge. Ling Silent didn't care about that creature at all. He even asked with concern if his beloved wife was okay. This sudden attention startled Ye Beloved. Ling Silent then softly blew on Ye Beloved's fingers and said, "Dear, let me blow. It doesn't hurt." Such a loving gesture. This made Ye Beloved's whole face radiant with a happy smile. However, Xia Na, who was beside them, also witnessed the scene. Her heart was filled with envy. She immediately threw the damn long sword on the spot and said indignantly, "What use is this weapon to me? I also want to face the enemy empty-handed." At this moment, Ling Silent said very darkly, "Neither of you should get involved next. I will personally take care of this guy." And at this moment, Wei God was clutching his arm in pain. He became eerie and terrifying all of a sudden. Because in this apocalypse, he has always been like a fish in water with his superpowers. He has never experienced such injustice before today. The next second, he rushed towards Ling Silent with full of anger. When he was near him, multiple afterimages suddenly appeared. At this moment, Ling Silent finally understood this guy's ability. It's just that he can temporarily increase his speed to the limit. But even so, Ling Silent still couldn't capture his figure. Ling Silent completely couldn't capture his figure. He could only wait for the moment when he initiates an attack to have a chance. That moment is now. Ling Silent quickly used his spiritual power. He pulled his arm. This caused his fatal blow to go off course. Immediately following, Ling Silent raised his knife and slashed towards Wei God, decisively exchanging injury for injury. He directly inflicted a serious injury on Wei God. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had met his match this time. So, he decisively threw out the claw knife to attract Ling Silent's attention. He then quickly jumped out of the window to escape from the scene. However, Ling Silent was not going to let him escape. He immediately manipulated the zombies downstairs to surround him. Wei God was caught off guard by this situation. When he realized what was happening, his left hand had already been tightly grabbed by a group of zombies. The next second, a flash of sword light, and an arm fell. Wei God clutched his empty left hand in pain as he escaped. The scene downstairs made Ling Silent's face solemn. This guy is willing to cut off his own arm without hesitation in order to escape. Such decisive and ruthless person. In the future, he is sure to become a great trouble for himself. Ling Silent is worrying incessantly. Ye Beloved gently inquired about how severe his injury was. Ling Silent calmly said, "Don't worry, my dear. It's just some superficial wounds." However, the next second, Xia Na suddenly exclaimed, "No, Dot! You have to quickly take off your clothes so we can check. My girlfriend is a zombie, and she wants to have little zombies with me. There are several girlfriends like her. But today, a human girl suddenly hugged Ling Silent. She wants to have a baby with her classmates. The situation made Ling Silent's two girlfriends immediately full of anger. This scared him, and he quickly refused the two girls in a righteous manner. It turned out that the two girls were also pitiful. Before, they were treated as tools for entertainment by a bunch of beasts. It was Ling Silent who rescued them. However, they knew staying here meant death. So, they wanted Ling Silent to take them away. But Ling Silent has urgent matters at hand, and it is not convenient to take them away. So she could only promise, "I will send someone to rescue you in the next few days." The girl with glasses quickly expressed her gratitude. She believed Ling Silent's words without any doubt. She watched as Ling Silent and they left. The two girls wearing glasses were both filled with infatuation. Because in this doomsday world, this was the first man who cared so much about them. After leaving, Ling Silent, accompanied by his two wives, headed towards the swimming pool. It is now a large human stronghold ruled by an ability user named WayGod. And Ling Silent's goal is to take down this guy. And a few hours ago, Ling Silent already had a big battle with him. Although Ling Silent caused him to lose an arm, but still let him escape. We now know his lair. Ling Silent naturally wants to cut off all means of retreat. No wonder Ling Silent is so ruthless in dealing with this matter. Who is to blame for that guy's initial disruption of Ling Silent's affairs? At this moment, WayGod, who had fled back to the base, was extremely weak. The empty left hand left a pool of blood behind. He quickly found a medical kit to treat his wounds. The pain caused by the alcohol's sting. He wished he could dismember Ling Silent right away. He finally finished dressing the wound with great difficulty. He decided to gather all his cannon fodder's underlings tomorrow, to completely crush Ling Silent. And just as he stood up, Ling Silent suddenly appeared by the window. He also said sarcastically, "Isn't this the king of the university town? Why are you acting so out of line now?" WayGod also knows that the current situation is not good for himself. So, without hesitation, he turned around and ran. Ling Silent quickly manipulated his mental power to close the door. This directly intercepted his attempt to escape. WayGod saw that there was no way to escape, so he had no choice but to fight to the death. But his attacks always allowed Ling Silent to easily dodge. And Ling Silent also fiercely draws the blade across his face. Such a blatant mockery. He seems to be telling WayGod that the speed you are proud of is nothing in front of me. In no time, WayGod was beaten up badly with a swollen face. At this moment, he finally got scared. He was trembling all over with fear. Just as he was about to run away again, the door suddenly opened. Dayu stood at the doorway with a gloomy face. The next second she lifted the knife and made a slash, despite WayGod avoiding it in time. He also got one eye blinded by the slash. At this moment, Ling Silent's attacks also followed one after another. A short knife directly pierced through WayGod's body. The king of the university city fell at this moment. After the battle ended, Dayu looked at Ling Silent. Her whole face blushed with embarrassment. Her straight and beautiful legs were twisting in confusion, completely devoid of the chilling aura from earlier. Why is Dayu here? Could it be that she is also here to have a baby with Ling Silent? My girlfriend is a zombie, and she wants to have little zombies with me. I have several girlfriends like that. Just now, 2 girlfriends stripped naked. Xiao intentionally threw her socks onto Ling Silent's face. This made him blush instantly. When Ling Silent looked again, the 2 girlfriends had already changed into sexy swimsuits. Such a beautiful scene. Ling Silent felt her legs go soft and collapsed to the ground. He quickly coughed twice, trying to conceal his confusion, and Xiao suddenly pounced in front of Ling Silent. She coyly said, "Do you like us like this?" Ling Silent couldn't handle it, so he immediately blew Xiao a kiss. As Yi Beloved, who also looked shy, approached, Ling Silent immediately revealed a sly, lewd smile and said, "Today, Let me show you how capable I am. The next second, a fierce battle broke out in the room, causing Dayu, who was eavesdropping at the door, to get accidentally injured. Dayu, who was knocked down to the ground, listened to the intense noise coming from inside, filled with jealousy and indignation in her heart. Now she is the leader of this human stronghold. But I didn't expect her to stoop so low as to eavesdrop on such a shameful matter. Dayu blushed suddenly at the thought. Turns out that last night, Ling Silent came to the swimming pool to kill Wei God. He happened to run into Dayu, who also wanted to take him out. So under the joint attack of the two, Wei God turned into a corpse as expected. And before taking out Wei God, Dayu had already infiltrated the base he managed, relying on her identity as an ability user. She successfully took control here. But Dayu, who had already become the leader, in front of Ling Silent, she was a shy little girl. After they completed the battle yesterday, Dayu was very excited to invite Ling Silent to rest at her base for a night. However, Ling Silent did not understand her intention and asked her to help rescue two girls at the library, which made Dayu feel disappointed instantly. She casually agreed and bumped into Ling Silent as she left his room. But Dayu became more and more angry as she thought about it. She remembered how Ling Silent used to treat her. Thus, the psychologically unbalanced Dayu. She then eavesdropped outside Ling Silent's door all night. So the scene at the beginning happened. And Ling Silent, after finishing the battle with his two girlfriends, he then left the base through the window. At this moment, Xiana asked in confusion, "Why didn't we just use the door?" Ling Silent replied, "We need to keep a low profile, you know?" Xiana happily said, "Got it!" Ling Silent then left the base with arms around two companions. But they left discreetly, catching the attention of Dayu, who had eavesdropped throughout the night. She watched Ling Silent's departing figure. She thought about the various things that had happened between them before. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. In this post-apocalyptic world full of hordes of zombies, she didn't know if there would be a chance to meet again. However, feeling sentimental was one thing, Dayu's disheveled appearance. I wonder what she did when she eavesdropped last night. My girlfriend is a zombie, but she wants to have little zombies with me. I have several girlfriends like this. But Ling Silent is currently cheating on his girlfriends, doing bad things with another beautiful zombie. He seems to be enjoying it with his eyes closed, but soon feels a bit guilty towards his girlfriends. So he decisively pushed away the beautiful zombie, but she persistently pounced back on him. It seems like she has set her sights on Ling Silent. What's the deal with this sudden appearance of the beautiful zombie? It turns out Ling Silent and the others have just arrived at a new teaching building. He and his two girlfriends are exploring the situation here separately. When Ling Silent walked into a room, a blonde figure suddenly appeared. Ling Silent raised his knife to strike back, but a palm suddenly slapped down, interrupting his attack. That person swiftly made another hook. He fell heavily to the ground. The person who launched a sneak attack then casually closed the door. Ling Silent stood up slowly in pain. He knew very well that the opponent's strength was extremely powerful. This was the first zombie he encountered that would proactively close the door when he was carefully analyzing the situation on the battlefield. He suddenly realized that the zombie in front of him looked very familiar. Isn't this his senior sister from school? She is a goddess recognized by the public. However, before Ling Silent could offer a warm greeting, the senior sister's eyes suddenly gleamed with intense green light, and she pounced forward. Such an active pouncing action made Ling Silent very shy, shouting out not to. But the senior sister was about to bite Ling Silent's neck. Just at this moment, Ling Silent's two girlfriends not far away sensed the danger and immediately looked anxious to go support. On the other hand, the situation with Ling Silent seemed a bit off. The senior sister stretched out her tongue to lick his neck. The former goddess treated him in this way, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes and enjoy it. But soon, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Now is not the time to have fun. So he quickly manipulated his psychic power to trap his senior sister. Seeing his senior sister completely trapped by him, Ling Silent smirked and said, "Watch out, I'll teach you a lesson later." However, he didn't have a few seconds to be happy. His senior sister suddenly broke free from the psychic restraint with great force. This startled Ling Silent greatly. The speed at which she broke free from his control was unprecedented for a zombie up to now. So Ling Silent looked towards the short sword that had fallen not far away. Now unarmed, he is simply no match for the senior sister. So he quickly picked up the short sword. Before the senior sister's attack arrived, he made a sudden slash in front of him. The senior sister quickly stopped her steps and was forced to take a step back. At this time, there was a sound of slashing coming from the doorway. The gate was instantly chopped into pieces. S1-Manhwa and Ye Beloved finally arrived. Two wives looked at the cold and beautiful blonde woman in front of them. Without saying a word, they picked up their weapons and charged forward. "How dare you hurt our man? I will skin you alive." However, the senior sister just coldly glanced at them. She took a back jump and escaped through the window directly. She saw her two girlfriends still wanting to chase after her. Ling Silent quickly stopped them. Ling Silent is very clear about senior sister's strength. It's definitely not inferior to Ye Beloved. So it's not a good idea for the few of them to rush up. The most important thing now is to obtain gel for the girlfriends. However, this university town has basically been swept clean by Ling Silent. So they should leave here next. And just as Ling Silent and the others were about to leave, there was a figure standing on the utility pole behind them. Did the senior sister actually follow up? This sexy and attractive mature zombie woman even flirted with the male lead in broad daylight. She almost got killed by the male lead. She wants to stealthily follow behind. Is this the dissatisfaction of a mature woman's desire? At this moment, Ling Silent, who is unaware of the situation, unexpectedly found a room in a themed hotel. This made him blush suddenly. While S1-Manhwa was full of anticipation, she excitedly jumped on the bed and bounced up and down. Look at how happy she looks. Ye Beloved also shyly climbed onto the bed. Such a beautiful scene. Let Ling Silent suddenly feel a rush of heat in his heart. But now it's daytime. It's not the time to turn into a zombie. So he quickly said he wanted to investigate the situation here. Before leaving, he specifically instructed S1-Manhwa not to teach Ye Beloved to do bad things. S1-Manhwa promised sincerely. But who is she, S1-Manhwa? She is a woman who is always thinking about naughty things. Now she and Ye Beloved are both single and living alone, which is the perfect opportunity. Then she suddenly revealed a sly smirk on her face. Hee. Then she instantly tackled Ye Beloved onto the bed. "Sister Ye, let me teach you something good." You can tell at a glance that she has bad intentions. Ye Beloved simply pouted and refused. Seeing that Ye Beloved was unwilling, S1-Manhwa suddenly turned around and burst into tears. This made the naive Ye Beloved immediately softened and agreed. At this moment, S1-Manhwa suddenly changed her expression, revealing a triumphant look as if her scheme had succeeded. Shortly after, Ye Beloved voluntarily laid down on the bed. S1-Manhwa also followed closely behind. Watching Ye Beloved's charming appearance, looking as if she could be ravaged at any moment, S1-Manhwa's face turned bright red with excitement. The drool was about to drip from her mouth. On the other side, Ling Silent, who was unaware of the situation, was diligently investigating. Just as he discovered a warehouse full of instant noodles, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It turned out to be his senior sister catching up. Last time, she suffered from being unarmed. This time, she cleverly found a long stick. Just as a big battle was about to begin, the senior sister actually spoke. "I know you." This situation shocked Ling Silent immensely. He didn't expect the senior sister to have evolved to such a level. This is even stronger than Ye Beloved's. You should know that the current Ye Beloved can also speak now. But Ling Silent is very clear that her combat power is not as good as her senior sister's. Such a strong enemy caught up to them at the door. As a result, Ling Silent directly ignored what she said, quickly assuming a fighting stance, and hurriedly called on her two girlfriends to come and support. However, on the other side, Ye Beloved has already been played badly by Xian-Na. Fortunately, Xian-Na, who was still clear-headed, received the distress signal. She picked up the knife and rushed to the scene with Ye Beloved. They both chopped towards the senior sister. The senior sister easily deflected the attacks with a stick. However, Xian-Na's long knife quickly followed. The senior sister grabbed the wall with her right hand and executed a side somersault to dodge this attack. But the senior sister was not one to be bullied. She exerted force and pulled out a chunk of the wall, throwing it towards Xian-Na. The powerful impact created a cloud of smoke around them. Ling Silent never expected that this person could even pull out chunks of the wall. So he quickly used his psychic power to lock down his senior sister. Xian-Na took advantage of this opportunity. She directly knocked her unconscious with the handle of the knife. Looking at the senior sister, who had fainted on the ground, Xian-Na immediately wanted to dig out her brain and eat it. Ling Silent quickly stopped her. Then he picked up his senior sister and leaned her against himself, because Ling Silent remembered that she said she knew him. After he went through a careful exploration of her whole body, Ling Silent found a pink wallet. Inside, she also saw a photo. On it, besides the senior sister, there was Ling Silent's figure. The male lead just picked up a beautiful female zombie. The two wives bathed her and let the male lead watch. After she was cleaned up, they personally served her to the male lead to taste. It turns out that just now Ling Silent met the former school flower senior sister. Such a beauty delivered to the door. His two wives also cleverly subdued her. Then Ling Silent found a photo in the senior sister's purse. There was actually his own figure inside. So Ling Silent decisively decided to take her back without any hesitation. Watching this situation, Xian-Na. She also revealed a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Ling Silent, who had just woken up, could not see the figures of the three beauties. And just as he looked around, he suddenly discovered a scene that made his face flush red. It turned out that the two wives were giving their senior sister a back rub. The shy Ling Silent immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Why didn't you wake me up for something like this?" This remark made Xian-Na slightly angry. Ling Silent also realized that his subconscious words were a bit too frivolous. But the next second, their senior sister suddenly let out a painful groan. He also didn't know what secret actions Fu-Na was secretly up to. She immediately rinsed her school sister with warm water. This made her feel a little painful. She quickly immersed herself in enjoyment. At this moment, a bottle caught the bathwater left by her school sister's body. Ling Silent was curious about what Xian-Na was doing. She suddenly held out a bottle to Ling Silent and said with a mischievous smile, "Brother Ling, fresh fairy bathing water. Do you want to taste it?" Ling Silent couldn't resist and snatched the bottle. He still said earnestly, "I'm not that kind of person. I'll throw it away later." At this time, Xian-Na left the bathtub with Ye Beloved. Before leaving, the two wives didn't forget to tell Ling Silent that her clothes are on the bed. "I can only help you up to this point. Wait for Xian-Na. The two of them will leave later." Ling Silent looked at the tidy senior sister in the bathtub. His face turned red with embarrassment, and his mouth was watering. After his meticulous operation, in just 5 minutes Ling Silent dressed the senior sister. He never expected Ling Silent to be so fast. Looking at the senior sister full of mature charm. At this moment, Ling Silent, who has entered the state of a saint, is calm without any ripples in his heart. At this moment, the older female student suddenly bent down and felt very uncomfortable. Ling Silent looked at the shy older female student. He then looked at the razor on the side. He suddenly felt another wave of heat in his heart. Ling Silent immediately covered his head, feeling that his physical strength was no longer sufficient. and the senior sister, who was being controlled by his mental power. Obviously, she was somewhat unwilling subconsciously. So the two of them walked out of the building floor, while Xiao and the others had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Ling Silent and the others coming out, Xiao said insidiously, "Brother Ling, you guys are so fast. You didn't do anything strange, did you?" Ling Silent covered his head. He really didn't want to deal with this mischievous girl. Just as the senior sister was about to recount what had just happened, a sudden loud explosion sounded not far away. "My girlfriend is a zombie, but she wants to have little zombies with me. There are several girlfriends like her." Ling Silent has just completed a big battle with his senior sister in creating zombies. He is now watching her savor the moment. At this moment, a sudden loud explosion came from not far away. In this post-apocalyptic world full of crowds of zombies, such actions are definitely man-made. However, doing so will attract a large number of zombies to swarm in, which makes Ling Silent very curious about what is happening over there. So he waved his hand and headed towards that direction with his three wives. On the way, Xiao and Yi Beloved both showed off their skills. However, senior sister was even more outstanding. Just bending over, she wiped out a large group of zombies, astonishing senior sister's combat power. Not far away, gunshots rang out again, which surprised Ling Silent even more. Moreover, the rhythm of the gunshots is very steady, without any chaos. One can tell at a glance that it is a skilled shooter. Is it possible that the National Rescue Team has arrived? So Ling Silent and others quickly headed towards the direction of the gunshots. When they arrived nearby, they climbed up a tall building. Looking around, they found that thousands of zombies had already gathered below and were fighting and devouring each other due to the explosion's stimulation. It was basically a large-scale breeding ground. This would inevitably lead to the appearance of many mutated zombies, so Ling Silent quickly ordered his senior sister to go down and check the situation. But the senior sister was trembling all over and refused to move. Ling Silent immediately understood that she was being stimulated by the scene in front of her. She was resisting her own mental control. The next second, Ling Silent quickly increased the strength of her control. This moment made her submit once again. However, the proud senior sister hummed disapprovingly. Ling Silent was also very clear that she was very dissatisfied with her own control. However, Ling Silent is not worried. He is thinking of giving me more guidance in the future. Sooner or later, she will be infatuated with Master's charms. Immediately, he manipulated the senior sister to jump off the high building. After she landed gracefully, she instantly took care of the blocking zombie. At this moment, in a room near the source of the explosion, a zombie has crawled in. Seeing the girl's life hanging by a thread, 2 gunshots rang out, resolving the zombie. Then a man appeared in the room with a 98K rifle. The two of them then continued to execute the plan, placing all the oil barrels in designated positions. The man with a crew cut cheerfully said, "Today, let's eliminate all the zombies on the street." At this moment, the senior sister controlled by Ling Silent has also arrived. However, the room below was blocked off, and he couldn't see what was inside. So Ling Silent drew a new spiritual chain from the senior sister, while controlling another zombie to investigate inside. When he discovered that it was only a man and a woman, Ling Silent was very puzzled. Could such a big commotion really have been caused by just these 2 people? Attracting so many zombies, they definitely have a purpose beyond just killing the zombies. What is their true goal? My girlfriend is a zombie, and she wants to have little zombies with me. There is more than one girlfriend like this in this world filled with groups of zombies. Ling Silent slaughtered countless zombies with his 3 wives. They were trying to get the gel behind their brains to enhance their own strength, because only in this way can they survive in this apocalyptic world. At this moment, Ling Silent encountered a group armed with guns, and they also have a large amount of oil barrels to wipe out a large number of zombies at once. Ling Silent also doesn't care what their true purpose is, as long as the oil barrel explodes. This group of zombies will definitely suffer heavy casualties. In this way, Ling Silent will be able to profit by doing nothing, harvesting a large amount of gel. And at this moment, Xiao suddenly spoke up. Brother Ling, should we also eliminate these people who are killing the zombies? Upon hearing this, Ling Silent immediately punched Xiao on the spot. What are you thinking? We are all human beings. Are you trying to exterminate everyone? This is still Ling Silent's first time fighting Xiao. She threw herself into Ye Beloved's arms, feeling wronged. She muttered in her mouth, I'm a zombie, not a human being. Just when Ling Silent was helpless, the zombie he controlled suddenly encountered an attack. Ling Silent quickly controlled it to dodge. He looked up and saw that it was actually a metal rod. It must have taken a tremendous amount of strength to throw it from 100 meters away. At this moment, a young man in a blue shirt was staring intently at Zombie. Ling Silent deduced from the theft of the cloak just now. This guy might also be an ability user, so he controlled Zombie to retreat quickly. After all, conflicting with an ability user is not a rational choice. And the young man in blue saw that the zombie was about to run. He was about to chase after it. A voice suddenly stopped him. Dingyu, what are you daydreaming about? Dingyu turned around and saw that it was their teammate Wang Frozen, so they explained. Just now, they noticed a wise zombie. Upon hearing this, Wang Frozen was immediately shocked. Following that, their whole body felt chills, because she had almost been tainted by a few wise zombies before. Thinking about this, Wang Frozen was trembling all over. Dingyu also noticed something was wrong with her, and asked her what was going on. However, the next second, Wang Frozen turned around and ran away. She explained that she was going to investigate the situation or not. She didn't want anyone to know about her unbearable past. The instigator of that past event, Ling Silent, did not know that his younger sister-in-law was also present there. He is controlling the zombies and observing the group. From their conversation, he learned that these people plan to use an explosion to get rid of the gathered zombies, and then collect supplies during the chaos. Ling Silent was amazed by the audacity of these people. A steel bar suddenly struck again. Ling Silent did not expect that the guy would catch up so quickly. He manipulated the zombie to evade afterwards. He also hastily launched a counterattack. However, the next second, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was his own niece, Wang Frozen. Ling Silent quickly controlled her power, but it was already too late. With a loud thud, due to a loss of control of power, both Zombie and Wang Frozen fell down. Ling Silent didn't have time to think too much. Saving people is the priority now. He quickly grabbed Wang Frozen's belt. But to his surprise, her buttons were unbuttoned. So after a sudden burst of effort, the zombie directly pulled down her pants. Followed closely, two people fell heavily to the ground in a strange posture. And at this moment, the zombie controlled by Ling Silent was having a great time. A zombie unexpectedly unzipped a girl's pants. Do zombies also have this kind of consciousness? Such a warm scene. It's like a big movie set. It turns out it was just now. The zombie controlled by Ling Silent accidentally pulled down Wang Frozen's pants. They also fell to the ground in a very strange posture. Without waiting for him to admire the scenery in front of him carefully, the zombies around had already spotted the two of them. However, Wang Frozen was still there shouting loudly. This way, more zombies will be attracted. Ling Silent quickly controlled the zombie to restrain her. Then he raised his big hand and fiercely slapped her on the butt, intending to shut her up. However, Wang Frozen was completely unaware of the situation around her. In the crisp sound of the slapping on the buttocks, Wang Frozen's screams became even more intense. Seeing this situation, the zombie controlled by Ling Silent became even more ruthless. It actually made Wang Frozen cry directly. She never expected that during this time, she would be slapped on the butt twice by the zombie. Such a great humiliation made her feel like she didn't want to live anymore, and she collapsed on the ground. The situation also made Ling Silent feel helpless. But now the situation is critical, and there is no time to think too much. So he immediately controlled the zombie to grab Wang Frozen's shoulder, then revealed his mouth full of fangs, as if he was about to eat Wang Frozen. Successfully scared the troublesome guy unconscious. Just as Ling Silent was thinking about rescuing Wang Frozen first, gunshots suddenly rang out. It turned out that the battle with the zombies on the side had already begun, as the oil drums were set on fire. A massive explosion instantly engulfed all the zombies, and such a violent explosion also left the gunman with a serious injury, knocking him unconscious. Seeing the gunman fall in front of him, Ling Silent didn't have time to think much either. He had to help his sister-in-law put on her pants first before talking. But then, he considered that at least Inch Head was Wang Frozen's teammate. So he controlled the zombie to also rescue him. At this time, the teammate of Inch Head on the other side had cleared out the remaining loose ends and arrived at the explosion site. However, they did not find any trace of Inch Head and Wang Frozen. But they soon saw a pool of blood on the ground. He realized that the two of them were likely taken away. He immediately thought of the wise zombie he had encountered before. He believed that it must have been the work of that guy. And at this moment, Ling Silent's zombie was carrying two patients without knowing that he had been discovered. Suddenly, he found that there was glass stuck on the zombie's face. Ding Qing took a closer look and found that the crew cut was also covered in glass all over the body. This was probably caused by the explosion just now. But why is it that Wang Frozen's only injury is on his buttocks? Just when Ling Silent fell silent for a moment, blood suddenly dripped onto the ground from his buttocks. He quickly turned around to look, only to realize that it had been flowing all the way. This situation immediately made Ling Silent feel a strange sense of being followed. My girlfriend is a zombie, yet she constantly wants to have little zombies with me. There are several girlfriends like this. And today, the girlfriend spared Ling Silent, because he is now going to treat Xia Na's younger sister. In the recent explosion, Wang Frozen was seriously injured in the buttocks. It was Ling Silent who saved her. And now he looks at Wang Frozen on the bed. Ling Silent's heart suddenly surged with a teasing thought. After all, there's always trouble when encountering this girl. So Ling Silent deliberately put a blindfold on her before treating her. This made Ling Silent treat her. Wang Frozen is thinking all sorts of messy things in her mind. After the treatment is completed, Wang Frozen lays limp on the bed. When she takes off the eye mask, there are hearts in her eyes. I really don't know what this girl is thinking. But looking at her being shy and blushing, she must be up to no good. Ling Silent is too lazy to bother with her. He turned around and left immediately. At this moment, he suddenly encountered the crew cut who had just woken up. This guy is a teammate of Wang Frozen. They just rescued him together. He is very grateful to Ling Silent for saving his life. He also honestly revealed all his own circumstances. It turns out that this guy is called Luo Hung. He also said he wants to share the supplies they obtained with Ling Silent. In this post-apocalyptic world full of hordes of zombies, resources are extremely scarce. Ling Silent naturally agreed without hesitation. And he greatly appreciates the honesty of Luo Hung. During their conversation, Luo Hung suddenly noticed Ding Yu downstairs and immediately called out loudly for him to come up. Ling Silent did not stop him either. He was well aware that the guy was also an ability user. And he had also previously laid hands on the zombie he controlled himself. So Ling Silent doesn't have any good feelings towards him. When Ding Yu came up, Luo Hung told him that Ling Silent saved him. He also revealed Ling Silent's identity as Wang Frozen's brother-in-law. But even so, he still carries the steel bars and remains in a fighting stance. Such a vigilant person instantly made Ling Silent feel full of alertness. Ding Yu suddenly noticed his beloved and Xia Na beside him, as he admired the appearance of the two beauties. Ling Silent glared at him fiercely on the side. This made him feel as if he was being stared at by a vicious wolf. This person is definitely not simple. Immediately, he took the initiative to reach out his hand and said, "My name is Dingyu. Nice to meet you." Ling Silent does not want to conflict with this ability user. He then politely shook hands with him. But at this moment, Dingyu suddenly said coldly, "I'm looking for a mutated zombie. Have you happened to encounter it?" This remark made Ling Silent's eyes instantly turn extremely cold. Has this guy discovered something about himself? A zombie picked up a beautiful woman on the roadside. The zombies secretly brought her back home and gave her meticulous care. This has resulted in the beauty having compassion in her eyes. Could an interracial romance be on the horizon? It turns out that the zombie controlled by Ling Silent just saved Wang Frozen and her teammates. However, after completing the treatment for Wang Frozen, her other teammates also caught up in time. Fortunately, he had already released the zombies he previously controlled. Otherwise, his ability to control the special abilities of the zombies would have been exposed. However, Dingyu still harbors suspicions about Ling Silent. After all, he was able to take down a mutant zombie so easily. And he also has two beautiful women by his side. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Ling Silent also doesn't care what this guy is thinking. He turned to ask Luo Hung about their next arrangement. At this moment, Luo Hung asked Xiaoning to take out a notebook. He said they were all going to the countryside next. This notebook contains some small pieces of intelligence. He wants to repay Ling Silent's life-saving kindness by giving it to him. Ling Silent was quite shocked after a quick glance, because there are quite a few map markers recorded on it. There are even statistics on various kinds of data. It's a good thing to have in this post-apocalyptic world. This can solve many problems for Ling Silent. Sure enough, it was worth saving this person. Night fell immediately. Wang Frozen, who was sleeping on the floor, was awakened by thirst. When she turned her head, she saw Ling Silent. She thought about her shameful behavior during the day. She opened her mouth and cursed Ling Silent as a pervert. At this moment, a hand suddenly covered her mouth. It turned out to be Xia Na, who was also awake. She watched her younger sister's injuries stabilize before inquiring about her recent situation. It turned out that, after Wang Frozen separated from Xia Na and the others, she had planned to return to the base. However, she was ambushed by a zombie on the way and accidentally got injured. It was Luo Hung who saved her, although Luo Hung was very kind to her. However, Dingyu always wanted to abandon Wang Frozen because he believed that the injured Wang Frozen was a burden. But fortunately, Luo Hung has been very kind to her, which has helped her slowly recover. Speaking of this, Wang Frozen became emotional. She then asked Xia Na about her future plans. Xia Na replied with anticipation, "In the future, I will just follow Brother Ling. But we can't bring you along, because I have prepared a surprise for you." After saying that, Xia Na left. She left, leaving Wang Frozen standing there with a puzzled look on his face. After half an hour, Ling Silent suddenly woke up. He actually heard their conversation just now. He also understood Xia Na's thoughts very well. So he decisively put on his clothes and said to the two wives, "Let's go! We'll educate that Dingyu. My girlfriend is a zombie, but she wants to have little zombies with me. There are several girlfriends like this." But tonight, the appearance of the younger sister-in-law interrupted Ling Silent's plan to create a small zombie. During the chat between Xia Na and Wang Frozen, he learned that Wang Frozen was not well received in the team. So he had some thoughts in his mind. He was very clear that in this post-apocalyptic world, human hearts are more terrifying than zombies. If a team is not united, it will eventually be destroyed, and even your own sister-in-law is in this team. How can he stand by and do nothing? So wait until Wang Frozen falls asleep. After Ling Silent put on his clothes, he took his two girlfriends with him to address the issue with his younger sister. The one who has been constantly excluding Wang Frozen is Dingyu, who possesses a special ability, although the guy is quite strong. But Ling Silent is very confident in taking him down. So Ling Silent arrived outside Luo Heng's house. He intended to ask about Ding Yu's whereabouts, but heard intense moaning and groaning from inside the house. This made Ling Silent blush with embarrassment. He quickly laughed it off with his two girlfriends. It seems that Luo Heng has already fallen asleep. Let's go look for him ourselves. But at this moment, Xia Na suddenly grabbed Ling Silent. She said shyly, leaning against you, beloved. We also want that kind of humming and laughter in the room. As soon as the words fell, the two of them threw themselves into Ling Silent's arms. This made Ling Silent a bit at a loss. After all, they had originally agreed to go teach Ding Yu a lesson. How did it suddenly turn into this situation? At this moment, clever Xia Na immediately said shyly, "Can you do it or not?" This remark completely made Ling Silent unable to bear it. Ling Silent controlled a zombie to deal with Ding Yu. After all, he could not ignore his younger sister-in-law's matters. Shortly afterwards, the battle on both sides began at the same time. Ding Yu faced the sudden zombie attack. He quickly dodged it. After all, he was an ability user. How could he be easily ambushed? Then he swiftly threw out a few steel bars. But he didn't expect that the zombie easily evaded the attack. This made Ding Yu realize